Speaker of the National Assembly, who is going to oversee the business of the National Assembly. My name is Edward Kabasa. I will now hand you over for this live broadcast of the National Assembly proceedings, courtesy of PB Youth and the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Enjoy your viewing.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki za wanadamu, tukusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokusanyika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya hii nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Honorable members, I'm satisfied we have quorum to transact our business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I wish to welcome you back to the House from the short recess, with the hope that the recess was beneficial to you as you settle into the first session of the 13th Parliament. As the House embarks on the second part of the session, I wish to inform you that I have received a legislative proposal intending to amend the Constitution so as to entrench certain funds, among them the National Government Constituency Development Fund, in the Constitution. The proposal is co-sponsored by the member for Matungulu constituency, the Honorable Stephen Mule, and the member for Gichugu, the Honorable Kidinji Gichumu. Honorable members, the manner of amending our Constitution through parliamentary initiative is provided for under Article 256 of the Constitution. Standing Order 114.7a actualizes this process in the National Assembly by providing as follows. Introduction of Bills 1147A in respect of a proposal to amend the Constitution. The proposal shall be accompanied by the signatures of at least 50 other members in support, unless it is sponsored by the majority party or the minority party. Where the Speaker approves the publication scrutiny of the proposal, the Speaker shall notify the House of the approval and may, 1, allow the sponsor to make a statement on the objectives of the proposal, 2, allow comments on the statement made by the member, 3, facilitate collection of the views from the comments of members at an appropriate forum, and 4, invite members with similar or related proposals to make submissions before the committee to which the proposal is referred. Honorable members, This new procedure is informed by the recent decision of the High Court that a bill proposing to amend the Constitution cannot be amended once it is published. As such, the new procedure is aimed at collecting as many views as possible from as many stakeholders and experts as may be practicable before a proposal to amend the Constitution is published into a bill. Indeed, I know that the proposal by the two honorable members has complied with the first part of this new provision, having obtained signatures of over 200 members of this House. Consequently, as your Speaker, my obligation is to facilitate the rest of the process as provided for in the standing orders. In this regard, honorable members, and in keeping with the requirements of the standing orders, I wish to notify the co-sponsors that the member for Matungulu and the member for Gishugu, on Tuesday, the 2nd November 2022, I will accord you an opportunity of not more than 20 minutes each to make statements on the proposal in the House. The statements should outline the contents and objectives of the proposal. During the same sitting, in order to facilitate the initial stage of collation of members' views, I will also allow the House to make general comments on the proposals. Thereafter, I will refer the matter to the Select Committee on the National Government Constituency Development Fund or issue other directions in view of the comments that will be made by the members on the proposal. Honorable members, in the meantime, the Clerk of the National Assembly is hereby directed to circulate the legislative proposal to all members. Thank you.
Order number 3, messages.
Honorable members at the bar, please take your seats. Honorable members, I have two messages. The first one, approval of a nominee for appointment as the Inspector General of the National Police Service. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Showdown, honorable member. You may take your seat. In the message, on order, honorable members, in the message, His Excellency the President conveys that in exercise of powers conferred by Article 245(2)(a) of the Constitution and Section 12(2) of the National Police Service Act 2011, as read together with Section 5 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, he nominates Engineer Japheth Koome Njebere for appointment as the Inspector General of the National Police Service. Honorable members, Article 245(2)(a) of the Constitution states as follows. The Inspector General is appointed by the President with approval of Parliament. Further, Section 12 of the National Police Service Act 2011 reads, and I quote, 12.1, pursuant to Article 245(2)(a) of the Constitution, Inspector General of the Service shall be appointed by the President with the approval of Parliament. The President shall, within 28 days after vacancy occurs in the office of the Inspector General, nominate a person for appointment as an Inspector General and submit the name of the nominee to Parliament. Honorable members, it is notable that the approval of the nominee will be undertaken by the two houses of Parliament. In this regard, the vetting of the candidate will be done by a joint sitting of the relevant committees of both houses of Parliament in accordance with established practice. Honorable members, Section 8(1) 1 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011 provides that the committee to which such nomination is referred shall consider the matter and table a report in the House within 28 days. As you are aware, honorable members, the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs is yet to be constituted. In this regard, and in keeping with the resolution of the House of 12th October 2022 regarding the conveyance of messages during recess, yesterday, the 24th October 2022, I notified all members and directed the clerk to cause the President's message to be transmitted to all members. I also instructed the clerk to coordinate with the clerk of the Senate so as to immediately facilitate the process of the statutory notifications to the general public ahead of the first sitting of the Joint Committee. The clerk has already complied with that. This implies that the counting of time with respect to the vetting process commences today, Tuesday, the 25th October 2022, being the first day following the statutory notification to the public. Honorable members, in summary and in accordance with the requirements of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, the standing orders of both houses and the practices of Parliament, it is notified as follows. 1, that the vetting of the nominee for appointment to the office of the Inspector General of the National Police Service shall be conducted jointly by the Departmental Committee on Administration and International Affairs of the National Assembly and the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations of the Senate. 2, that the chairpersons of the two committees will co-chair the joint sittings and the Secretariat will comprise officers of the two houses. 3, that the quorum of the joint committee will be the corresponding quorums of each of the two committees as stipulated by the respective standing orders. 4, that as contemplated under Rule 9(6) of the Houses of Parliament Joint Rules, unless a decision is reached by consensus, any vote to be taken in the joint sitting of the committee shall be by separate houses. This will ensure that the numerical difference of the individual members representing the houses in the joint sittings has no effect on the decisions of the joint sittings of the committees. And 5, that the committees shall, having conducted the vetting hearings, submit a joint report to the respective houses in the manner contemplated by the standing orders of the respective houses. Honorable members, the message, together with the resume of the nominee, will now stand committed to the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security of the National Assembly, sitting jointly with the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations of the Senate for consideration. I thank you. Members at the bar, you may take your seats. Honorable members, the second message is a message from the Senate on the establishment of a joint Parliamentary Select Committee on the election of members to the East African Legislative Assembly, EALA. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41 of the National Assembly, I wish to convey to the House a message from the Senate regarding the establishment of a joint Parliamentary Select Committee on the election of members to the East African Legislative Assembly. The message conveys that the Senate on Tuesday, 18th October 2022, appointed the following 7 senators to the Joint Committee. Senator Daniel Kitonga Maanzo MP, co-chairperson. Senator Raphael Chimera Mwinzangu MP. Senator Joyce Chepkoech Korir MP. Senator Miraj Abdullahi Abdurrahman MP, Senator Chute Mohamed Said, MP. Senator Joseph Githuku Kamau, MP. Senator Beatrice Akinyi Oyomo, MP. Honorable members, you will recall that by a resolution made on Thursday, 13th October 2022, this House appointed 7 of its members to the Joint Committee. The membership of the National Assembly is led by the member for Kipipiri constituency, the Honorable Wanjiku Muhia, MP. This means that the Joint Committee on Election of Members to the East African Legislative Assembly, EALA, is now fully constituted as contemplated by the East African Legislative Assembly election of members of the Assembly Rules 2017. I therefore urge the co-chairpersons of the Joint Committee to urgently proceed to facilitate the process of nomination of Kenya's representatives to the East African Legislative Assembly as required by the said rules, and keep the House and the public informed of the progress of the matter. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, October 25th, 2022. First report of the Committee on Appointments on the vetting of nominees for approval as Cabinet Secretaries, the Secretary of the Cabinet, and the Attorney General. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Majority Leader. Honorable members, you'll notice that we now have a supplementary order paper that we will use to guide our proceedings from now henceforth.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice to the following motion: that taking into consideration the findings of the Committee on Appointments in the first report on the vetting of nominees for approval as Cabinet Secretaries, the Secretary of the Cabinet, and the Attorney General, laid on the table of the House today, Tuesday, October 24th, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 152(2), 154(2), and 156(2) of the Constitution, and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011, this House, 1, approves the appointment of the Honorable Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi, EGH, as a Cabinet Secretary in the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. 2, approves the appointment of the Honorable Justin Bidan Muturi Njoka, EGH, as the Attorney General. 3, approves the appointment of Honorable Aden Bare Duale, EGH, MP, as a Cabinet Secretary for Defense. 4, approves the appointment of the Honorable Dr. Alfred Nganga Mutua, EGH, as a Cabinet Secretary for Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. 5, approves the appointment of the Honorable Alice Mudhoni Wahome, MP, as the Cabinet Secretary for Water, Sanitation, and Irrigation. 6, approves the appointment of the Honorable Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, as the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration. 7, approves the appointment of the Honorable Professor Njuguna Ndungu, PhD, CBS, as the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Planning. 8, approves the appointment of the Honorable Aisha Jumwa Karisa Katana as the Cabinet Secretary for Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action. 9, approves the appointment of Mr. Davis Kimutai Chirchir as the Cabinet Secretary for Energy and Petroleum. 10, approves the appointment of the Honorable Moses Kuria as the Cabinet Secretary for Trade, investment, and industry. 11, approve the appointment of the Honorable Onesimus Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH MP, as the Cabinet Secretary for Roads, Transport and Public Works. 12, approve the appointment of the Honorable Rosalinda Soipan Tuya, CBS and MP, as the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Forestry. 13, approve the appointment of Zakaria Mwangi Njeru as the Cabinet Secretary for Lands, Housing and Urban Development. 14, approve the appointment of Ms. Susan Nahumicha Wafula as the Cabinet Secretary for Health. 15, approve the appointment of the Honorable Franklin Meveka Linturi as the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development. 16, approve the appointment of Mr. Eliud Okech Owalo as the Cabinet Secretary for Information Communications and the Digital Economy. 17, approve the appointment of the Honorable Ezekiel Machogu Ombaki, CBS, as the Cabinet Secretary for Education. 18, approves the appointment of the Honorable Ababu Namwamba, EGH, as the Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, Sports and the Arts. 19, approves the appointment of Ms. Rebecca Miano, MBS, as the Cabinet Secretary for East African Community, Arid and Semi-Arid Lands and Regional Development. 20, approves the appointment of Mr. Simon Kiprono Chelugui, EGH, as the Cabinet Secretary for Cooperatives and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development. 21, approves the appointment of the Honorable Governor Salim Vuria, EGH, as the Cabinet Secretary for Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. 22, approve the appointment of the Honorable Florence Chepngetich Koskei Bore as the Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection. 23, approve the appointment of Ms. Mercy Kiru Wanjao, CBS, as the Secretary to the Cabinet. And 24, rejects the appointment of the Honorable Penina Malonza, OGW, as the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I am certain this, Honorable members, this is just the notice to the motion. The motion will be there, you will debate.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, that is just but a notice of motion. Can we have order? Order, honorable members. That is just but a notice of motion. Each one of you is going to have time to debate, to ventilate on this motion, and eventually each one of you will vote on this motion. And you have the right to vote the way you want. I didn't hear you mention the Attorney General. Did you? You did. Honorable members, will now proceed as follows. Order, honorable members. Order. We'll now proceed as follows. If you look at your supplementary order paper, The Honorable Else Muhanda, if she's in the House, will be called upon to reply to her motion, whereafter a question will be put. After that, the Honorable Titus Hamala MP will be called upon to move his motion, but this motion will only be debated up to 3:30. I'm giving you time, honorable members, to pick the committee report, have a look and read through it, and at 3:30, I'll call the majority leader to move the motion whose notice has just been given. Whatever strong views you have on any of the nominees, I urge you to observe parliamentary decorum and dignity and debate the motion, and you will vote on it at the end of the debate, which shall be tomorrow. So we have time to debate this motion from 3:30 to the closure of business today and tomorrow for the better part of the morning, whereafter you'll be given an opportunity. And I encourage you, the power of your vote is greater than the loud voice that you may give on the floor of this House. Because at the end of the day, it's the power of your vote that matters more than the manner in which you vigorously express yourselves through loud voices. I encourage us as a House to debate matters soberly and carry the dignity as representatives of the people of the Republic of Kenya, with the power to choose or reject whatever comes before you. And that is the power nobody can take away from you. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Junet.
Mr. Speaker, you need to talk to Honorable Chepkonga that this is not the Eldoret Cooperative Society. We are in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. He's intimidating me here. But Mr. Speaker, having said that, in relation to the motion, that the notice of motion that has been given, in relation to the notice of motion. We shall
listen to the Honorable Junet.
Mr. Speaker,
go on.
Let me reserve my comment. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the motion, notice of motion that has been tabled by Honorable Ishungwa, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of the House that when you have told them to go and get the report of the committee, the vetting committee that you chair, I want to single out and ask them to pay attention that there is a minority report attached to the main report for discussion in this House that is rejecting the nomination of Honorable Aisha Jumwa and Honorable Linturi, Mr. Speaker. The people being rejected are not only one person. We are rejecting 3 people in total, Mr. Speaker, and I'm just urging them to look into it. Not that I'm debating. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Junet.
Thank you.
Your point is made. Honorable members, the report will be found in the documents of office out there. Please read and make informed choices when you vote. The Honorable Else Muhanda. Oh, Honorable Elsie, you hold on. There are other notices of motion before we come to you. Honorable Yusuf of Kamukunji. Honorable Yusuf is not in the House. Is he? Where? Can you give the Honorable Yusuf the mic to give notice of a motion?
Which one? Okay.
Honorable Yusuf.
I don't have a copy.
Yes. All the honorable members, I understand the Honorable Yusuf is not ready to give notes of his motion. Will stay, the Honorable?
No, I just need a copy of the order. The screen doesn't work.
You need?
I need a copy of the...
The hard copy of the order paper?
Yes.
It will be availed to you?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Yusuf, you gotten the order paper? Proceed and give notice of your motion.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipatia fursa hii ya kupendekeza arifa ya hoja ya kubuniwa kwa Baraza la Kiswahili la Kitaifa. Kwamba tukitambua kifungo cha 7 cha Katiba ya Kenya kimebainisha lugha ya Kiswahili ni lugha pekee ya kitaifa na pia ni lugha rasmi pamoja na Kiingereza katika nchi ya Kenya. Aidha, serikali imepewa wajibu wa kulinda na kuendeleza lugha tofauti za watu wa Kenya na kukuza matumizi ya lugha za kiasili nchini. Tukitanabahi kwamba Kiswahili ni mojawapo wa lugha rasmi za Umoja wa Nchi za Afrika na pia kifungo cha 119 na kifungo cha 137 ya mkataba wa waanzilishi wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki vimewajibisha dola za Afrika Mashariki ikiwemo Kenya kustawisha na kuendeleza lugha ya Kiswahili kama lugha ya umoja katika nchi za Afrika Mashariki. Tukitambua kwamba nchi ya Tanzania iliunda Baraza la Kiswahili la Kitaifa BAKITA katika mwaka wa 1967 na pia Zanzibar ikabuni Baraza la Kiswahili la Zanzibar BAKIZA katika mwaka 2004 kwa madhumuni ya kukuza, kuimarisha na kuendeleza mbele lugha ya Kiswahili katika Tanzania bara pamoja na visiwa vya Zanzibar. Tukitambua kwamba mkutano wa 3 wa Baraza la Mawaziri wa Kenya uliofanyika tarehe 14 mwezi wa Agosti mwaka 2018 ilidhihinisha kuanzishwa kwa Baraza Kuu ya Kiswahili ya Kitaifa kuambatana na kifungo cha 137 cha mkataba wa uanzilishi wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Ikifahamika kwamba Kiswahili ni lugha ya kiasili kwa jamii za mkoa wa Pwani nchini Kenya na pia idadi kubwa ya Wakenya ni wazungumzaji wa lugha ya Kiswahili. Tukijua kwamba lugha ya Kiswahili ina nguvu sana katika mawasiliano rasmi na kwa hivyo kuchangia kudhoofika kwa lugha yetu ya Kiswahili. Tukitambua uamuzi wa Baraza la Mawaziri kuhusu kubuniwa kwa Halmashauri Kuu ya Kiswahili ya Kitaifa bado haujatekelezwa, kwamba bunge hili linahimiza serikali kuu ya Kenya kupitia Wizara ya Michezo, Utamaduni na Urithi kuanzisha rasmi Baraza Kuu ya Kiswahili ya Kitaifa na kuzindua mikakati, mbinu na sera mahsusi zinazohitajika kukuza na kuendeleza lugha ya Kiswahili na kushirikiana na vyombo vingine vya dola vya kitaifa na vya kibinafsi vinavyohusika na uboreshaji wa lugha ya Kiswahili. Mimi kama mbunge wa eneo la Kamkunji, Mheshimiwa Yusuf Hassan Abdi, asante sana Bwana Spika kwa fursa hii ya kuleta hoja hii mbele ya Bunge la Taifa.
Next, order members. Next, notice of motion by the Honorable Mwengi Mutuse, OGWMP. MP for Kibwezi West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give notice of the following motion on recognition and remuneration of village elders. That aware that there have been village elders in every village in the Republic of Kenya, cognizant that the village is not formally recognized as an administrative unit in accordance with Section 14 of the National Government Coordination Act of 2013, noting that despite the said village elders offering services to the Republic and the people and the government of Kenya, that they are not remunerated contrary to Article 41 of the Constitution on fair labor practices, and further noting that in accordance with Section 14 and 15 of the National Government Coordination Act of 2013, the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Interior and Coordination of National Administration, in consultation with the President and the Public Service Commission, have the power to establish national government administrative units and appoint administrative officers to serve under these units, and further recalling that Article 10(2)(b) of the Constitution binds state organs and state officers to uphold dignity, which includes the remuneration for work done, and noting that village elders have existed for many years and interact with wananchi at the lowest level. Hence, their recognition in law is in public interest and their remuneration has been long overdue. This House therefore urges the national government through the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Administration to 1. Establish all existing villages as administrative units in accordance with Section 14 of the National Government Coordination Act of 2013, and 2. Recruit and remunerate the existing village elders as administrative officers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tapitisha tena.
Honorable Mutuse. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 8, motion, development of a school feeding policy. Mover to reply.
Honorable Elsie Muhanda, you may proceed to reply to your motion.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for granting me this time. First of all, I want to thank all honorable members for the overwhelming support they have given to this motion. It shows that indeed food is a basic need, and it shows that the problem is deep in Kenya. And before I finalize my right of reply, Honorable Speaker, it's to Honorable Mary Emase, Honorable Engineer Nzengu, Honorable Catherine Omanyo, Honorable Charity Gadhambi, Honorable Zambia, Honorable Malulu Injendi, and Honorable Kombe. 1 minute each before I finalize, because I only have 10 minutes. So, Honorable Speaker,
You have come out of recess. You can retreat to the lobby out there and exchange views.
Honorable Speaker, I was just begging, because of the overwhelming support and interest this motion has raised. Honorable Speaker, we went on even past 9 o'clock. So I was begging, Honorable Speaker, to donate 1 minute each to 6 members, Honorable Speaker.
Ahead, the first one.
Honorable Mary Emase.
Mary Emase, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is indeed a very important motion, and I want to thank the Honorable LC for bringing up. Mr. Speaker, this school feeding program is a program that has worked, especially in jurisdictions where it has been embraced, like Bangladesh. It has seen to significantly increase enrollment rates, reduce malnutrition. It has been seen to enhance retention of students in schools. And Mr. Speaker, in a period of 5 years, between 2011 to 2016, enrollment rates went high from 56,000 to 2.53 million students in Bangladesh, where this program was actually implemented in partnership with the World Bank, World Food Program. Mr. Speaker, I want to support this motion, and I want to encourage the member to go further, formulate a bill so that we can develop national government policy on school feeding program and the strategy for its implementation, so that we can be able to maintain our children in schools, so that we can be able to improve the academic results in schools, because children are encouraged to stay in school. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Nzengu. The Honorable Nzengu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first, from the onset, thank Mheshimiwa Honorable Elsie for giving me 1 minute to add my voice on this motion on school feeding program. And in supporting this motion, I want to indeed underscore the importance of school feeding program, because some of us are in this parliament and got our education because those years when we were young in primary school, we used to get feeding in the schools. Those who were there during the Moi era, the school milk program, and very many people who come from areas like where I come from have been able to get their education through support from school feeding program. So I support. Thank you.
The Honorable Gadambi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Allow me to thank you, Honorable Elsie, for coming up with a very good motion. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is good also to remember in this country right now, we are suffering drought in different corners of this country. We have students who are not going to school, Mr. Speaker, sir, because there's a lot of problem on matters of food insecurity. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand to support the motion because some of us come in some constituencies where some students cannot go in school. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I stand here, I come from Joro constituency where I have some wants, where some students cannot attend schools because of lack of food. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm standing here to support the motion because when we make sure that there is a feeding program in school, we are also emphasizing on healthy diet.
Next, the Honorable Zambia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Let me first thank my God for making me get back to this parliament, and I thank my family together with my constituents for making me being elected the second time to serve them. I'll be very brief to support this motion. I had the opportunity to serve in the Education Committee in the last parliament, and I remember very well that we passed a budget of around 2 billion for school feeding program. What I am urging the government is that we should move very fast to settle and disperse those funds to the schools before they close. That is, all the other areas, all the schools were considered. So I think it is the best time now for the government to release those funds so that we can keep the students in school. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Malulu Injendi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate Elsie for this motion. It is really timely. Mr. Speaker, I remember myself, those who sat for the CPE exams. We had a milk program in our schools, 1970s, which actually enticed some of us to remain in school because every day we were taking milk So I second this motion that is timely for most of the Kenyans, because I know what's happening in most of our schools. Currently, parents are paying money to have this program in their schools, and those parents who are not able to pay, Mr. Speaker, it is so embarrassing, it is so dehumanizing that those students, pupils who have not paid, are kept in the field, not eating, whereas those who have paid eat. So this is really timely. Thank you.
There is a point of order. Yes, Mheshimiwa. Give the honourable member the mic.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on point of order in line with Standing Order number 107C to just inform you, because the Speaker has no eyes and has no ears, that the level of consultation in the House is too disruptive for us to follow the proceedings of the House. Thank you, sir.
Indeed, honourable members, I did already say that you are conversing in too loud voices, making it difficult for those interested in the debate to follow. Try and lower your tones in your conversations. Malulu Njendi, are you finished?
So, Mr. Speaker, if this program can be taken over by the government, that we have a systematic way of ensuring that there's food in schools, most of our pupils will remain in school, they will be held in school and they will study. And most of the families that suffer are families from the poor families. And interestingly, these are the families that bear bright children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Kombe.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, pia nichukue nafasi hii nimpongeze Mheshimiwa Elsie kwa kuleta hoja hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni wazi na ni dhahiri kwamba shule nyingi hasa za msingi, watoto wengi huwa wanaacha kuendelea na masomo kwa ajili ya janga hili la njaa. Wakati mwingi utawapata wanahudhuria asubuhi na saa 8 hawarudi shule kwa sababu hawawezi kumudu hali ile ya njaa. Na wale wachache watakaoweza kurudi shuleni pia vile vile, Mheshimiwa Spika, utawapata wanalala, hawana wakati wa kuweza kusikiza kwa makini na kupata yale wanayofundishwa. Mheshimiwa Spika, ningeomba tu mara mswada huu unapopita, Mheshimiwa Spika, ile kamati ya utekelezaji wa miswada kama hii ikaweze kuchukua hatamu na ikaweze kuhakikisha ya kwamba mswada huu unatekelezwa.
The Honorable Omanyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I actually was very excited when I had this motion, and I support fully. Just like students or pupils wear uniforms, nobody will discover who is poor and who is rich if all the children are given some food. And there will be no stress, because nowadays we have mental health issues rising, because sometimes it is the environment the kid was raised that makes these children not to grow actually focused. And also the concept of uniformity or unity. When children eat together and nobody notices that this one misses lunch because they have not paid, then they will grow sharing and will not be raising a selfish society. Thank you.
Honorable Elsie, there is a request from Honorable Kiari of Dagoretti South to take a minute from you as well. Do you mind? Kiari, give him the microphone, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to start by commending the Honorable Elsie for bringing such a timely motion on school feeding. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to report to this House that beyond just pushing a motion, beyond formulating legislation, beyond forming policy on school feeding is actually practically possible in any constituency in this country. And I say that being a member of parliament from the only constituency in the republic that has a comprehensive school feeding program. So to Honorable Elsie, the bills I'd like to make on your school feeding program is one, yes, it is very essential. Secondly, the model that works in the Dagoretti South constituency is a model that involves a number of stakeholders. For starters, as the Dagoretti South constituency NGCDF, we built a central kitchen in one of the schools in the constituencies. From this central kitchen, we are able to feed 12,000 students every day out of that one kitchen. What we have been able to do is work out a logistical mechanism of food distribution where the food is prepared by 8 a.m., by 9 a.m. the food is ready, by 10 a.m. it's being packed, by 11 it is being distributed around the constituency, and it arrives in all the schools at around the same time while it is still hot. Now what we have done is that we have dismantled the food cartels in the constituency.
Your time is up.
How do the food
Your time is up. Honorable Elsie, you have 3 minutes to go. Understand you have donated 1 more minute to Honorable Kimilu, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kimilu, when he finishes, you now close your debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I want to thank Honorable Elsie for a very important and timely motion, because, Mr. Speaker, as we are speaking now, most of the school children are not attending school due to lack of food. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a very, very important motion, and I support, because I know, as where I come from, Kaiti now, I'm getting calls every day from the parents, teachers, and also the community due to the anger, because, Mr. Speaker, as we are speaking now, the drought is persisting and children are suffering. So I support and thank you, Honorable Mwanda, for a very important motion.
Honorable Elsie, now you have 2 minutes to wind up.
In winding up, Honorable Speaker, you can see how this motion has a lot of interest, because the situation on the ground is bad, Honorable Speaker. Right now, 3 million Kenyans are hungry. 10 counties are food insufficient. Honorable Speaker, I beg that we take up this matter seriously as a country. I urge the Education Department and all the other agencies to take up the matter, and I propose, members, that this should be an act of parliament, because in Article 53, food is a basic need. A hungry child cannot go to school. So food being a basic need, Mr. Speaker, I urge that this motion, we take it very, very seriously, and all members, we move with it with speed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Order. I'll now put the question. That aware that school meals are an important safety net for vulnerable children from food insecure households and communities in Kenya, appreciating that school meals have multiple benefits, such as increased school enrollments and attendance, as well as significant and positive contribution to reducing hunger and improving nutritional intake, noting that primary school completion rates have been found to be higher in schools with meals provided. Thus, school meals remain a core development intervention to support the country's achievements in the education sector. Recognizing that some county governments have adopted direct and community-led initiatives for ECD school feeding programs, concerned that the exercise is not supposed to be a clear policy, is not supported by a clear policy and budgetary framework, and does not support pupils in primary and secondary schools who form the basic education ecosystem, Cognizant of the fact that where school meal programs have been initiated, it has been noted that they encounter different challenges that embed their effectiveness, including insufficient resources due to low budgetary allocation and budget cuts, lack of a school feeding policy, inadequate safe cooking and drinking water, drought and famine, poor food storage, a lengthy procurement process, insecurity and dilapidated infrastructure, among others. This House therefore resolves that the Minister of Education, through the relevant State Department, immediately develops a school feeding policy to cover basic education pupils and sustain the program in order to ensure that children are maintained in schools for effective learning and to improve their well-being. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The Honorable Hamala Titus, MP.
Order number 9, motion, a review of teacher development policy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move the following motion, that aware that education is a key enabler of national development and realization of Kenya's Vision 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals, and appreciating the invaluable role that teachers play in actualizing the national goals of education, noting that a conducive working environment for teachers enhances performance, and recalling that the delocalization of teachers commenced in 2018 by the Teacher Service Commission immensely disrupted teachers' lives, lowered teachers' morale, and caused untold trauma to many teachers countrywide. Honorable Speaker, concerned that the exercise was not supported with a clear policy framework and was initiated without the participation of teachers or their unions, contrary to Articles 118 and 132 of the Constitution on public participation and involvement of the people in the process of policy making, and cognizant of the fact that the localization of teachers is inconsistent with the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, teacher deployment practice, which treats education as a culture process conducted within a people's cultural context at the local level. Honorable Speaker, I beg this House to resolve that the Teacher Service Commission immediately reverses the ongoing delocalization of teachers and initiates a comprehensive review of the teacher deployment policy with the involvement of teachers in order to make the policy consistent with International Labour Organization, ILO, and UNESCO laws and practices on teacher management and deployment. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank God for the opportunity He has given me, and to thank the people of Lurambi for electing me for the second time. And Honorable Speaker, as I move this motion, we are all aware that we have a problem in our schools. Education is what we can give to a country. Our children and generations to come can only be guaranteed when we have a better framework of education. Honorable Speaker, I rise here today to speak on this issue, delocalization, which commenced in the year 2018, whereby without any preparation, without any participation by unions and education stakeholders, Teacher Service Commission began to move teachers from one point to another point. Teachers were moved as animals and not even as human beings. Honorable Speaker, education, as we know, is culture-based. And when I was in school, Honorable Speaker, my teacher began to teach me in this format. Ma, me, mi, mo, mu. Ma, me, mi, mo, mu. Pa, pe, pi, po, pu. You know, because it is culture-based and is local, you can imagine, Honorable Speaker, in my school, in Shibuli, in Butsotso, if I had a teacher from another place with a different accent coming to teach me on how to say ma, me, mi, mo, mu, with their heavy accent or with their light accent, and so the TSC contravened the basic tenet of education, whereby it is local. Teaching is local. Honorable Speaker, we are building and putting in a lot of infrastructure in schools. We pride ourselves on how many schools we have built as members of parliament. We build story buildings, but we forget that if the welfare of the teacher is not taken care of, that story building is no good. A teacher who's taken good care of, a teacher whose welfare is taken care of, can post good results, Honorable Speaker, even if they are teaching under a tree. We have invested heavily and immensely. Honorable Speaker, I pray you protect me from, there is a lot of talking.
Proceed. It's relatively low now.
Honorable Speaker, I'm forced to lift my voice of the bishop.
I've heard you talk very loudly in your church, so speak like that.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I proceed. So, Honorable Speaker, I speak on behalf of so many teachers because, Honorable Speaker, when the localization came in place, teachers' unions were stifled. Life was taken out of the unions of the teachers. Those who were supposed to defend teachers, I will even mention the Honorable Mboko Milemba, who is here and he was in the last parliament. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Milemba could not even speak on behalf of teachers because TSC was sitting on him. TSC was harassing him.
Point of order from Honorable Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In as much as I appreciate Member for Lurambi for this very good motion, which I'm prepared to speak on, Honorable Speaker, I don't think it's in order to shout my name in Parliament here, remembering that I'm the National Chairman of the Teachers of Kenya, and I speak for the teachers when I have to speak for them. Now that we are in Parliament, I would really ask him to be orderly so that he speaks on parliamentary issues without necessarily shouting my name as not having spoken for the teachers. Yet, that's the work I do, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, going back to the issue, the localization, and I appreciate Honorable Mboko Milemba, who's my friend, and it was on a light note, because I know what you and Honorable Sosion went through. It was very difficult. Honorable Speaker, the localization completely undermines performance because teachers are posted in areas where they don't want to go, Honorable Speaker. In my constituency, I visited a school and I had a conversation with the principal of a secondary school who was asking me why he was posted there, and it was not even me who took him there. Teachers are demoralized because they are plugged from point A, taken to point B without preparation, psychologically. And, Honorable Speaker, we have to realize that teachers are human beings. They have families. You find a young couple, both of them are teachers. One is taken to the west, another one is taken to the east. These teachers suffer from financial constraints because they are not adequately paid by the Teachers Service Commission so that they can be able to fund themselves, rent homes, because separately they are renting homes. Honorable Speaker, when I was growing up, the people who made our society to be a society were teachers. Teachers were the people who are running society economics. Teachers were the employers. Teachers were the great stakeholders. Teachers were the people who would plan for a society, for a community, for a village. Teachers were mostly what I would say guest of honors in any given fundraising in a community. When these teachers are taken out of a community, taken elsewhere, we are not even thinking in terms of their families, that if somebody, a man or a woman, is not stable, a man is worried about the wife. The wife is married about the husband. For example, you take out somebody who is over 50 years, remove them from their station of work, take them elsewhere. This is a man who has been operating in his home. This is somebody who has his cow. This is somebody respected. Now you've taken him to live behind shops in a single room, cooking for himself. A grandfather, a grandmother. You find a man has been removed from Kakamega, taken to Siaya, taken to Eldoret, taken to Kambani. Where they have gone, they have to rent a room. Honorable Speaker, Teacher Service Commission has broken marriages. Teacher Service Commission has destroyed families. And this is very important for us to realize that when families are broken, a country or a nation is broken. Family is the fabric that holds a country together. Honorable Speaker, you find a man who's 58 years has gone in another county. When they arrive there, he has to cook, he has to fend for himself. Very soon a young woman will find his way in the life of this old man. This man will begin a new year, a new family, just 2 years to retirement. And it's not because it is something this man wanted to do, but circumstances, the challenges of cooking, the challenges of looking for vegetable, going to the portion mill, has now distracted a once stable family. You go to homes and you discover some of the homes and houses, they now look like museums because they've been deserted. Honorable Speaker, if we are thinking about service delivery and performance and excellence in education and having quality education, we must think about the welfare of the teacher. A teacher, yes, we know teachers can teach anywhere. And as Kenyans, if you are employed by the government, you can work from any station in this country. But as we realize, when we look at ILO and UNESCO laws that are governing teaching and as a practice, it is supposed to be local. It is supposed to be culture-based. And Honorable Speaker, it's been hell on earth for teachers since 2018, since the inception of delocalization. And of course, Honorable Speaker, this exercise was undertaken by the Teacher Service Commission without any consultation, without any participation, which abuses the Constitution, because we know very well that public participation is key to any reform, is key to any policy making, it is key to any implementation, that before we implement, before we make a lot of changes, we have to consult, we have to talk to stakeholders. Honorable Speaker, I beg this House to consider this issue of delocalization. We do not want to do what I would say a plastic undertaking. We have to do something holistic, whereby we make sure our teachers are not living in fear. Our teachers are not working in an environment where they're thinking, this is October, I don't know where I'm going in January. And Honorable Speaker, we do not want a situation whereby the Teacher Service Commission are treating teachers as if they're just objects of work. Teacher Service Commission ought to respect teachers, ought to treat teachers as human beings. Teacher Service Commission has to respect families. Teacher Service Commission has to realize that it's not just about deployment and sending teachers to work, but the welfare of the children, the learners, the students. Because, Honorable Speaker, if a teacher is teaching in an environment that is hostile, for example, you find there is a principal that has been removed from a school, then the other principal, when the principal comes in, the community rejects that principal. So that principal cannot land in that station because perhaps the principal that was there was performing. So this new one that has been brought, there is a history of non-performance. Honorable Speaker, I have seen schools where parents have marched to the school to evict the head teacher, to evict the principal, and the pupils were cheering. It was like a political rally. And I'm just asking myself, what are we putting in our children? What kind of investment are we making in our children if we can't teach our children how to respect, how to view their teachers? Teachers are humiliated because they are not accepted. Honorable Speaker, it will take a delocalized teacher even a year just to learn the local language, to learn the culture. Of course, we know that English and Kiswahili are the national languages. But Honorable Speaker, our tribal languages, our mother tongue, the first language we speak in the rural villages, way back in the rural constituencies, they still help us to develop a child. Because a child who has been raised by a mother and a father who never went to school, maybe perhaps the only language they speak is their mother tongue. And so you find that a teacher who has been delocalized has to take a lot of time to learn the culture, to understand how things operate and how they can become effective. Honorable Speaker, this is a very important motion because it is going to end delocalization. We have to find a way whereby, as much as we want our teachers to teach wherever they are teaching, we also have teachers with conditions, medical conditions, whereby whenever they are taken out of the comfort of their homes or friendly zones where they teach from, then the health issues escalate on them, which again become an impediment for them to actually get performance. Honorable Speaker, I just beg that this House will consider this motion, and with your permission, I call upon the Honorable Dr. Oundo Mdenyo to second this motion.
Honorable members, Honorable Hamala, I agree that you need a seconder, and Honorable Mdenyo will second your motion at an appropriate time. I want to now stay your motion and go back to the order on the approval of cabinet nominees and invite the majority leader to move his motion.
Order number 10, special motion, approval of appointment of cabinet secretaries, the Attorney General and Secretary to the Cabinet.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Sergeant at Arms and his staff are distributing the reports. Try and get the reports to as many, if not all members, as quickly as you can. We can make do with what we have. Go ahead, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the committee on appointments in its first report on the vetting of nominees for approval as cabinet secretaries, the Secretary of the Cabinet, and the Attorney General, laid on the table of the House today, Tuesday, October 24th, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 152.2, 154.2, and 156.2 of the Constitution, and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011, this House, 1, approves the appointment of the following persons as cabinet secretaries. 1, the Honorable Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi, EGH, to the office of the Prime Cabinet Minister. 2, the Honorable Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, as Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Interior and National Administration. 3, Professor Njuguna Ndungu, CBS, as Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Economic Planning. 4, the Honorable Alice Mudhoni Wahome, as Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. 5, the Honorable Aden Bare Duale, EGH, as a Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Defense. 6, the Honorable Rebecca Miano, MBS, as Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of East African Community, the ASALs and Regional Development. 7, the Honorable Alfred Nganga Mutua, EGH, as Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs. 8, the Honorable Aisha Jumwa Karisa Katana, as Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action. 9, the Honorable Moses Kiarie Kuria, as Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Trade, Investment and Industry. 10, the Honorable Roslinda Soipan Tuya, CBS, as Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Environment and Forestry. 11, the Honorable Onesimus Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Roads, Transport and Public Works. 12, Mr. Zakaria Mwangi Njeru, as Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. 13, Ms. Susan Nahumicha Wafula, as Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Health. 14, the Honorable Franklin Medeka Linturi, as Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. 15, the Eliud Okech Owalo, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Information, Communication and the Digital Economy. 16, the Honorable Ezekiel Machogu Ombaki, CBS, as Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education. 17, the Honorable Davis Kimutai Chirchir, as Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Petroleum. 18, the Honorable Ababu Namwamba, EGH, as a Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Youth, Youth Affairs, Sports and the Arts. 19, Mr. Simon Kiprono Chelugui, EGH, as Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Cooperatives and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development. 20, the Honorable Salim Mvuria, EGH, as Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Mining, the Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. 21, the Honorable Florence Chepngetich Koskei Bore, as Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. And that 1, approves the appointment of the Honorable Justice Bedan Muturi Njoka, EGH, as the Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya. 2, approves the appointment of Ms. Mercy Keiro Anjao, CBS, as the Secretary to the Cabinet. And 3, rejects the appointment of the Honorable Penina Malonza, OGW, as a Cabinet Secretary for Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that motion as it is. And Honorable Speaker, in moving this motion, allow me to appreciate in a very special way all the 21 members, including yourself, Honorable Speaker, as Chair of the Appointments Committee, who sat diligently for an average of 12 hours a day from 8 in the morning, at times to close to 9 p.m. every day, from last Monday to Saturday evening, Honorable Speaker, to be able to consider all the 24 nominees, the 22 nominees as Cabinet Secretaries, that of the Secretary to the Cabinet and the Attorney General, in a record 5 days, with the exception of Masujade when we took a break. Honorable Speaker, it is out of this members' commitment, the 21 members from both sides of the political divide, that we are able to come up with this very bulky report that members will be able to go through and see that all the nominees that His Excellency the President communicated to the House and whose communication the Honorable Speaker delivered to this House, Honorable Speaker, were considered on merit. We also considered their suitability to serve in the offices that they have been nominated to. And Honorable Speaker, that the culmination of all those deliberations is this report that is before us, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, members will appreciate that there are certain issues that are put into consideration during approval hearings. And among the issues, Honorable Speaker, as provided in Section 6 and Subsection 7 and Subsection 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011, which provides that under 7, that an approval hearing shall focus on a candidate's academic credentials, professional training and experience, personal integrity, and their background. And in 8, the Act states that the criteria specified in the schedule shall be used by a committee during an approval hearing for the purposes of vetting a candidate. And Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm that it is this criteria that is set out in this particular section of Section 8, Subsection 8 of Section 6 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011 that guided the committee. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, we did consider the academic credentials of all the candidates, their professional training. We did look at their experience in places where they have worked before. We did consider issues to do with their personal integrity as individuals and also in office for those who have held public and other private offices before. And also, Honorable Speaker, their background. And Honorable Speaker, I must indicate that some of the nominees did, as many members possess here, did possess a background that resonates with very many Kenyans who are hustling out there. And members who are here, Honorable Speaker, who would also be an inspiration to many Kenyans out there. And I must take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to particularly point out somebody like the Honorable Aisha Jumwa. In consideration of Aisha Jumwa's background, Honorable Speaker, and many Kenyans who are watching, the Honorable Aisha Jumwa was not able to just take the committee through her very humble background and a very humble beginning in a family, in a huge family of 47 children. But she was able to clearly articulate the struggles that she has had to struggle through school, dropping out of school, getting pregnant and bearing children at a very young age in Form 2, but recollecting and picking up her life again, going back to school, educating herself all the way to university, Honorable Speaker, being elected and nominated as an MCA, eventually being elected as a Kilifi Women Rep and member for Malindi, and eventually, Honorable Speaker, running for governor. And as much as she never made it for governor, Honorable Speaker, finding favor in the eyes of the President to nominate her as Cabinet Secretary in charge of the public service, Honorable Speaker. And I remember her response to the Honorable Kosing when she told the Honorable Kosing that she is not just an inspiration to the girl child in Kenya, but particularly to the girl child in West Pokot, the county where the Honorable Kosing comes. And many of our backgrounds, many of our constituents in the counties, where young women, young girls are dropping out of school because of early pregnancies in their teenage years, others through forced marriages. And she stated that she is indeed an inspiration to many of these young girls who then can recollect themselves, pick up their lives, and be able to make something out of their lives. And I indeed want to commend the Honorable Aisha Jumwa. And even as we recommend her approval today, it is bearing in mind that she has demonstrated that despite the challenges that have been laid out in the minority report, and it is indeed true, as the Honorable Junet was indicating, there is indeed an appendix to this report or at the back of the main report, Honorable Speaker. The last few pages you will find a minority report touching on the Honorable Midhika Linturi and the Honorable Aisha Jumwa. Honorable Speaker, it's important to note, and Honorable Junet did point it out, that it is indeed within the rights of any member of parliament sitting in a committee or even in plenary like this to debate, agree, and disagree. And indeed, on the question of the approval, we did agree to approve all the nominees unanimously in the committee. And even the rejection, Honorable Speaker, that is proposed in this report was unanimous in the committee without taking a vote. But on the two nominees, the Honorable Aisha Jumwa and the Honorable Mithika Linturi, we did take a vote in the committee, and 10 of us voted for approval for both candidates, the Honorable Aisha Jumwa and the Honorable Mithika Linturi. 7 recorded their dissent, and that is where they have put their dissenting report on the Honorable Aisha Jumwa, with 1 member, the Honorable Mishi, abstaining. 8 recorded their dissent on the Honorable Mithika Linturi, and it is within their right, Honorable Speaker, and we respect that. Just like I want to ask members to listen to each other, respect each other's views. The views in this report are those of the committee, having considered what came before them and what was said before them. And Honorable Speaker, it is important, Honorable Speaker, to also point out that the Constitution also spells out certain criteria, Honorable Speaker, and requirements, statutory requirements, Honorable Speaker, that should be adhered to in appointment of persons to public office. And among this, Honorable Speaker, is a question of the 2/3 gender rule, and I want to confirm to the House that indeed that criteria has been met through the appointment of the nominees proposed by His Excellency the President. 2 is representation of regional and ethnic diversity. That again, members will appreciate that there is a very good semblance of regional balance, ethnic balance, and also our diversity as a country. Honorable Speaker, we cannot say that, unlike in previous times, that this is a cabinet that represents only the areas that voted for His Excellency the President. President William Ruto appreciates that he is now elected to serve the people of Kenya without favor and without fear and without regard to those who voted for him and those who did not vote for him and or his administration. That is why he has nominated people from across the country. I know with only 22 members serving in cabinet, it is not possible to cover all our counties. But in terms of regional balance, ethnic diversity, I think these nominees do meet that requirement. On leadership and integrity, Honorable Speaker, is also a requirement that we look at leadership and integrity in line with our Constitution. And Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm that indeed, having gone through the provisions of the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, and what is required of us, Honorable Speaker, we did ensure, or rather the committee ensured, that all the nominees were able to prove to the committee that they are beyond reproach. Honorable Speaker, I want to emphasize, Honorable Speaker, the need for all our nominees to prove that they are beyond reproach, Honorable Speaker. And I know there are those who are of a different view in the minority, Honorable Speaker, especially on the 2 nominees, Honorable Speaker. But all the matters, Honorable Speaker, that were conversed in the committee, Honorable Speaker, both on Aisha Jumwa, Honorable Speaker, there are charges that have been leveled against the Honorable Aisha Jumwa, and indeed affidavits were even filed against Aisha Jumwa, against Mithika Linturi, one against Professor Njuguna Ndung'u, and the committee was able to consider all these petitions and memoranda that were filed by members of the public in line with the constitutional provisions to allow for public participation. And indeed, the people of Kenya did not just exercise their right to public participation by submitting memoranda to the National Assembly to be considered as we vetted these people, but they also participated in the actual vetting of these nominees. Since the 4th estate, Honorable Speaker, as we thank them and appreciate the work that they did to cover the proceedings from morning to all the way to late in the evening, Honorable Speaker, through the 4th estate, Honorable Speaker, and our media agencies and media companies, Kenyans were able to participate in the vetting. And I must appreciate millions and thousands of Kenyans who supported the committee, vetted these nominees together with us, and would even send in questions by SMS and WhatsApp, and some, Honorable Speaker, by even making calls over lunchtime, putting specific questions to nominees, and I'm sure many of the committee members were able to represent their people by asking some of the questions that members of the public wanted to be put to these nominees, Honorable Speaker. And it's in great appreciation that our country has come of age, that Kenyans now are very conscious of what is going on in their country. And I'm sure, Honorable Speaker, last week, from 8 in the morning to 8 p.m. in the evening, Honorable Speaker, many Kenyans were glued to their TVs, watching and participating in the vetting exercise. And I'm sure even as we seek to approve these nominees, Honorable Speaker, they will agree with many of us and many Kenyans that indeed these are nominees who have passed the test of time, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, without delving onto the issue that have been raised in the minority report, Honorable Speaker, the area where we could not agree between us and those who are in the minority, Honorable Speaker, was more ideological than anything else, Honorable Speaker. Because there are those of us who believe that in line with our Constitution, Honorable Speaker, every Kenyan has the right to assume, or rather to carry the presumption of innocence until you are proven guilty by a competent court of law. And it is indeed true, Honorable Speaker, that the Honorable Aisha Jumwa has been charged in court, but there is no court in the Republic of Kenya that has passed any judgment on the Honorable Aisha Jumwa, on the Honorable Mithika Linturi, and indeed, Honorable Speaker, it is worth noting that the criminal case that had been leveled against Honorable Mithika Linturi, or Senator Linturi, was actually withdrawn by the office of the DPP, Honorable Speaker. I know those in the minority, Honorable Speaker, did observe that the Honorable Linturi, without prompting from anyone, volunteered information to the committee that he had another close to 35 cases in court. But he was emphatic that none of those cases that he is prosecuting in court or the cases that he has in court are criminal in nature. They are all civil cases. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it was with that in mind that we thought, those of us in the majority, and I want to beg with this House to agree with the majority, that these two nominees are presumed innocent until they are proved guilty in a competent court. And since that has not happened, Honorable Speaker, it is only right that we give them the benefit of doubt. And in line with our statutes, Honorable Speaker, and our Constitution, should any of them, even those who have no cases in court, Honorable Speaker, should any of these nominees ever be found guilty of any criminal offense, Honorable Speaker, it is within the powers of this House to impeach and recall that cabinet secretary. And indeed, we did put that question to one of the nominees, whether if they were to be found guilty, they would be willing to take responsibility. And I believe many of them, or rather most of them, those who had cases, were emphatic that should they be found guilty, they would be willing to take responsibility like others before them, Honorable Speaker. But it's only fair, Honorable Speaker, that we ensure, Honorable Speaker, that we do not become the judiciary. We allow the judiciary to do their work. We allow the office of the DPP to do its work without interfering with their work. And even these nominees are not in any way interfering with the cases that had been filed against them. Even the one whose case was withdrawn was on the DPP's own volition, upon the complainant voluntarily withdrawing the case that had been filed against the Honorable Mithika Linturi. Honorable Speaker, the other issue that had been raised, Honorable Speaker, is on the nomination of the Honorable Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi as the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, you will remember, Honorable Speaker, when this issue was raised before the committee, in our first meeting, you did address it, Honorable Speaker, and appreciating, Honorable Speaker, that it is within the powers of the President and Article 132 and Article 152, Sub-Article 2, as read together with Section 10, Subsection 1 of the National Government and Coordination Act Number 1 of 2013, it is within the powers of the President to appoint, to designate the title and assign functions to a Cabinet Secretary, provided that the total number of Cabinet Secretaries being nominated by the President do not exceed 22. It is important, Honorable Speaker, for members and the nation to note that the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, in line, Honorable Speaker, with your ruling as our chair, that the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi was nominated by His Excellency the President to serve in the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary as one of the 22 Cabinet Secretaries, Honorable Speaker. and the other additional nominees to make the list that we have just read of 24 is the Attorney General and the Honorable Ms. Mercy Kiruwanjao, who serves as Secretary to the Cabinet and is therefore not a member per se of the Cabinet, is an ex-official member of the Cabinet together with the Attorney General. Honorable Speaker, on the nominee by the name, Honorable Speaker, the nominee who, Honorable Malonza, Penina Malonza, OGW, who was nominated as a Cabinet Secretary for Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage. Honorable Speaker, again, it is important to state that this was a decision by the committee. But at the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, again, the committee works on behalf of the plenary and on behalf of this House, and it is up to the House to make a decision on all these nominees and decide whether to approve or disapprove them, Honorable Speaker. And it's important, Honorable Speaker, to note that, Honorable Speaker, this particular nominee and the decision of the committee, Honorable Speaker, to reject her nomination is not a vindication, Honorable Speaker, on her suitability per se to hold public office. We did consider and look at her academic credentials, Honorable Speaker, and the nominee is very well qualified in terms of her academic credentials. She is a holder of a master's degree in project planning and management, which she got in 2008. She has a higher diploma in psychology, counseling management, and a Bachelor of Arts in anthropology, all from the University of Nairobi. The anthropology degree she graduated in 1998, and with a master's in project planning and management that she graduated in 2008. 1998 for undergraduate and 2008 for her master's degree. And she has also undertaken several short courses, Honorable Speaker. It's also important, Honorable Speaker, to state that the nominee did meet all the requirements of Chapter 6 of the Constitution on leadership and integrity, having obtained her clearance certificate, just like all the other nominees, including the Attorney General and the Secretary of the Cabinet did obtain their clearance certificates from EACC, KRA from the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties to state whether they are active members or officials of political parties, and the Higher Education Loans Board. Honorable Speaker, it is also on record that this particular nominee, Ms. Penina Malonza, has not been charged in any court of law in the past 3 years. And Honorable Speaker, in terms of her political party affiliation, as much as it was noted she was a member of UDA, having ran as a women rep in her home county, Honorable Speaker, she does not hold office in any political party. Honorable Speaker, we also noted that the nominee has never been dismissed from office under Article 75 of the Constitution for contravention of the provisions of Article 75, Sub-Article 1 on conflict of interest, or on Article 76 on financial probity, or Article 77 on restriction of activities, on activities of state officers, and Article 78(2) on dual citizenship, as she's only a Kenyan citizen in line with our Constitution, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the committee, in considering this particular nominee, if you read on page 109, we do state that the nominee did not demonstrate knowledge of topical, administrative, and technical issues touching on the Ministry of Tourism and Heritage. Consequently, the nominee lacks requisite abilities and experience to serve as a Cabinet Secretary for Tourism, Wildlife, and Heritage. And Honorable Speaker, that's why I'm stating this recommendation by the committee, Honorable Speaker, is not in any way an indictment on Ms. Penina Malonza. We have not indicted her on her credibility in terms of her integrity in line with our Constitution, not on her credibility in terms of her academic qualifications, or indeed even her work experience. She has a very rich history, having worked as a deputy governor under Governor Malombe in Kitui County. She was the deputy governor between 2013 and 2017. She was a director and training partner and support director for Compassion International, the Kenya office, between the year 2012 and 2013. And she also served as the program supervisor of Compassion International during the period 2010 to 2012, and a senior program facilitator from 2009 to 2010, program facilitator during the year 2006 to 2009 for Compassion International. The nominee also served as the project director for Changamwe Baptist Church between 2002 and 2006, and she has also served as a project coordinator for AMREF Kenya at Kibera-based health community care program in 1999. Honorable Speaker, I'm only enumerating this because it be misconstrued, Honorable Speaker, that having looked at her qualifications, having looked at her integrity, the committee did not find anything that would make her not pass or suitable as a cabinet nominee for tourism. It is only out of the one-on-one interview. And Honorable Speaker, is good to mention, Honorable Speaker, and many of us in this House may take it for granted, that when you walk into an interview room where you find members of Parliament that probably who you only see on TV, Honorable Speaker, staring at you with close to 30 or 40 cameras also focusing on you, it is probable, Honorable Speaker, that a nominee, and indeed I saw this happen, not just to this particular nominee, to at least a minimum of 4 nominees who panicked, became anxious, and could at times lose their line of thinking and forget very simple basic things, Honorable Speaker. And at times it took members to crack a joke or two to allow them to relax. And Honorable Speaker, we must appreciate that this lady also, besides having been deputy governor, she lost as deputy governor in 2017 when Governor Malombe lost elections in 2017. But she recollected herself and ran for women rep under a UDA ticket in her home county. And you know Kitui County was not a UDA or a Kenya Kwanza stronghold. But she did extremely well. And Honorable Speaker, having come from an election that she had lost, Honorable Speaker, and she is now subjected to a grueling, almost close to 2 hours, with cameras, Honorable Speaker, focusing on her. And Honorable Speaker, I must declare that I did meet the nominee the following day, I think a day or two, at the Mashujaa Day celebrations at Uhuru Gardens. And she was indeed remorseful that she was a bit shaken when she appeared for the interview. And I understood her, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I only speak about her, Honorable Speaker, because I want to state it to the country and honorable members in this House that in consideration of everything that was tabled before the committee, there was absolutely nothing adverse against Penina Malonza. And her case now rests in the hands of the honorable members of this august House for you to decide what you want to do with her, as the fate of the other 23 nominees rests.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. We shall listen to the majority leader in silence.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for protecting me. But I know these honorable members know what I'm speaking about, because many other Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, attend job interviews and perform in different ways, and we all react in different ways to shock. We react in different ways to being in situations and environments that you are not used to, Honorable Speaker. And without seeming to be speaking for anybody, Honorable Speaker, I was saying that the fate of all these 24 nominees submitted to us by His Excellency the President now rests in your hands, honorable members. But it's also worth noting, Honorable Speaker, that we are nominating or we are considering for approval Cabinet Secretary nominees who, if approved by this House, Honorable Speaker, and upon being sworn in, will now assume the offices of Cabinet Secretaries, Honorable Speaker. His Excellency the President has indicated when he addressed this House, Honorable Speaker, that he intends to ask the House, and he did request the House, to consider amending our standing orders, Honorable Speaker, to allow these cabinet secretaries to appear in this house, Honorable Speaker, right where you are, Honorable Speaker, next to you, in the civil servants bench, Honorable Speaker, to be able to answer questions and statements from members of parliament and from Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, so that as the people's representatives, you are able to hold all these cabinet secretaries to account to ensure that they are serving the interests of the people we represent in the offices that they hold, Honorable Speaker. Let me just take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, even as I beg honorable members to approve these names, Honorable Speaker, to just state it to the cabinet secretary nominees. God willing, if you are approved, let us not witness the hubris, the arrogance that we witnessed under the cabinet secretaries that served in the previous regime. They must appreciate that they have been bestowed the honor to serve in high office, to serve the people of Kenya. And as they come to this house, they must appreciate they are coming to appear before the people's representatives. When a cabinet secretary is called to come and answer a question in this house, he is not coming to answer to the Honorable Junet Mohammed or the Honorable Ruto, member for Mbere North. You are answering a question to the people of either Suna East or the people of Mbere North, not the honorable members. And therefore, we do expect, Honorable Speaker, that we shall treat them with the decorum and respect that they deserve. But they must treat the people of Kenya with higher respect and answer to questions and statements that are of concern to the people of Kenya without the arrogance we saw in the last regime. We must take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, and I must tell them from this floor, Honorable Speaker, the reason the President has implored on this House to amend our standing orders to allow cabinet secretaries to appear in this House to answer to questions and statements, Honorable Speaker, and also to articulate government policy, Honorable Speaker, is to enhance accountability in government. President William Ruto, as I said the other day, Honorable Speaker, does not need to speak about corruption. He will act on corruption. Any cabinet secretary who exercises his authority in a way that will benefit himself individually will only have himself to blame. President William Ruto will not be there to protect any of these cabinet secretaries. Should you dip your hands in the cookie jar that belongs to Kenyans? Honorable Speaker, I just wish, Honorable Speaker, to beg the members who are shouting. I know you just came from some market somewhere, but you are now in the National Assembly. Drop the market manners from the market you came from and allow us to debate what we are debating, Honorable Speaker. And I had stated, you will have your say and you will say it, Honorable Speaker. And I was saying accountability will be key under the administration of William Ruto. And I want to challenge all of us in this House, Honorable Speaker. Let us play our oversight role. Honorable Speaker, Kenyans will bear as witness, Honorable Speaker, that as we vetted, Honorable Speaker, the Speaker as a chair moderated without regard to political affiliation. Ourselves, we vetted these cabinet secretaries without regard to our political affiliations, and we put questions to them to be able to ascertain their suitability, Honorable Speaker, and that is how we found all of them suitable, Honorable Speaker, to be able to serve in public office, with the exception of what I have stated, Honorable Speaker, and what I have said is now in the hands of all of us here. Honorable Speaker, with those very many remarks, I want to beg to move this motion, Honorable Speaker, and I want to request the Deputy Leader of Majority, the Honorable Owen Bayer, to second the motion, as I thank Honorable Speaker, all the members of the committee, and indeed all the members of the House, and as I beg that we do consider and approve these nominees. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Owen Bayer.
All right, yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to second this motion on the appointment of the cabinet secretaries. Mr. Speaker, I would like first to congratulate you for taking time to guide the committee throughout all those many days and spending many hours actually to chair the meeting and to guide the committee until we produce the final report. I would also like to thank the leader of majority and the leader of minority and the teams that came in to form the appointment committee of this House for sitting for those many hours, and the staff of Parliament who braved many hours to ensure that we were able to produce this report. Mr. Speaker, this report is pursuant to Article 152 of the Constitution, where the President has the power to nominate cabinet secretaries, but also it is paramount that Parliament vests them, looks at them, and eventually nominates them for appointment by the President. In his wisdom, Mr. Speaker, in his wisdom, the President chose to pick Kenyans to run the cabinet, Kenyans from all walks of life. In his balance, he looked at regional balance, he looked at gender, he looked at the whole country and said, this is the team that I would like to work with to move this country forward. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the cabinet that President William Ruto appointed, he put everybody there. He looked at politicians, gave them some slots. He looked at technocrats, gave them some slots. So when we were vetting them with the perspective and the prism that these are Kenyans from a different walk of life and they would present themselves differently at the vetting table. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, when the appointments committee looks at them, what law do they use? They use the Public Appointments Act, which is an act that allows us to look at certain aspects. What is their education background? Do they qualify in terms of their diversity? Do they qualify in terms of the qualifications that the President has looked at? And if you look at all these cabinet secretaries that were nominated by the President, you see people, Kenyans who are ready to serve this country as they presented themselves during vetting. Mr. Speaker, the issues that the minority report brings out on the nomination of one Aisha Jumwa and Mitika Linturi, the report, if you look at the main report, it actually is very clear on the findings of the committee on appointments. That one, the allegations against Aisha Jumwa have been dropped. The family itself withdrew the charges. The allegations against Mitika Linturi, these are cases that are civil cases, they're civil matters. Many of the members here in this house, in this chamber, have very many civil cases out there. But they do not impede them from doing their work as honorable members. Even if you look at the past cabinet, very many of them had civil matters, civil cases. They did not impede them from doing their work. The civil cases that are hanging around Mitika Linturi will not in any way impede him from doing his work. He had these cases even when he was a senator. But today, to try to crucify Mitika Linturi on the basis of civil matters is double speak on the members that have written the minority report. Even those members here that wrote the minority report themselves have civil cases. They have issues, but it doesn't impede them from doing their work. So today, to say that Mitika Linturi is unfit to hold public office because of civil matters, Mr. Speaker, is stating what is not right. Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
Order, Honorable Wandai.
Mr. Speaker, it's never my nature to interrupt colleagues while on the floor. But if you listen keenly to the Honorable Owen Baya, he has indicated that the members of the Committee on Appointments who have drafted dissenting or minority report have engaged in what he has termed as double speak. Mr. Speaker, I find that to be totally offensive and unparliamentary. So would you kindly ask Mr. Honorable Owen Baya to remain true to the calling of a parliamentarian and stick to the issues at hand and observe utmost decorum. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Owen,
I will stick to...
is entirely within the competence of any member of any committee.
Thank you.
To dissent and write a minority report.
Thank you.
So don't cast aspersions against your colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to thank colleagues because of the bipartisan approach to the work that we did. It was many hours, but we are able to agree on very many things and disagreed only on 3. And I think that is something that we would like to commend the committee. On the issue of Malonza, looking at her education background, her experience, and looking at the work that she has done for the many years that she has been in public service, I think she has done understanding work that prompted the president to say, this is somebody that we can work with in cabinet. This is somebody that can run a cabinet slot in this government. But during presentation, and as she presented herself, and many things happen when you face a barrage of cameras and very many people asking many questions. There are things that happen to people, and this happened to one Penina Malonza. But should we condemn Penina Malonza because of the 1.5 hours that she appeared before the committee?
Yes, there's a point of order. Is that Honorable Mbandi? Order, Honorable Baya. Honorable Mbandi. Give Honorable Mbandi the microphone.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, really it wasn't my intention to interrupt Honorable Owen Baya, who was moving, or rather seconding the motion. But Mr. Speaker, there is a procedure of moving and seconding motions in this House. We should not entertain where the mover and the seconder are moving the motion and they are like opposing the same motion. If the committee has agreed or has made a decision on rejecting a candidate or a nominee, then how does it come about that the same members, actually the mover and the seconder, are talking like they are faulting their own report, Mr. Speaker? It is confusing this House. Leave it to us, we will know what we will do with it. If we feel, like I'm sure many of us feel, that there is no way we are going to reject one member out of 24, we are going to approve them all. But you are the same people who have rejected. So don't give excuses. Don't look good. You have rejected that lady called Malonza. Please don't look good. Live with it, move the motion, second it properly, then leave it to us. Mr. Speaker, I find it completely out of order.
You've made your point.
Thank you.
Owen, you've had the sentiments.
We will save her.
Mr. Speaker, the point I'm trying to make is our report should not condemn one Penina Malonza. That after this report...
Yes, Honorable Mudenyo. Give Honorable Mudenyo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have tremendous respect to Honorable Baya. We served with him here in the last parliament, and he came across as a very sober-minded and objective member of parliament. I do not know what has happened in the travel from Damascus to wherever it is. Honestly speaking, I can't understand what he's talking about. First of all, he is seconding the report. Secondly, in a way, he is opposing the report. Can he come straight forward and tell us that now they have changed their mind, they want to withdraw the report or amend the report so they do not talk about, they don't reject Malonza? Let's just come out. Stop beating around the bush, Honorable Baya. You are beyond this. At your age and level of exposure, you are beyond this. Just eat the humble pie and tell us it was by mistake, we are coerced, but now we have changed our mind. We want to move the report in amended form. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Baya.
Thank you very much. What I'm trying to do...
Avoid raising unnecessary passions in the House.
Mr. Speaker, what I would like to say is that I'm trying to buttress one thing, very simple. that the report as it is in the hands of the House, and the House will make a decision on the report. And that is what I'm saying. And therefore, in concluding my remarks, Mr. Speaker, I would urge this House to look at this report soberly, to look at the individuals that have been nominated soberly, give this country a cabinet as soon as possible so that this country can move. There are very many people there, the hustlers in this country, who are looking at an opportunity for this cabinet to start work. This cabinet has work cut for itself to move this economy from the point it is to the next level. Kenyans are suffering. There are very many Kenyans today who have very many pending bills. We need a new sheriff at Treasury. We need cabinet secretaries in the ministries so that they can move this country. The hustlers in this country are looking to the presidency of William Ruto to start working. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second this report. Thank you very much.
The honourable members, I now propose the question, which is that taking into consideration the findings of the Committee on Appointments in its first report on the vetting of nominees for approval as Cabinet Secretaries, the Secretary to the Cabinet and Attorney General laid on the table of the House today, Tuesday, October 24, 2022, and pursuant to the provisions of Articles 152.2, 154.2a, and 156.2 of the Constitution and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of the following persons as Cabinet Secretaries. It's a bit long, you may have to see it. 1, the Honorable Wycliffe Musalia Mudavadi, EGH, Office of the Prime Cabinet Minister. 2, the Honorable Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Interior and National Administration. 3, Professor Njuguna Ndungu, CBS, Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Economic Planning. 4, the Honorable Alice Mudhoni Wahome, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation. 5, the Honorable Aden Bare Duale, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Defense. 6, Ms. Rebecca Miano, MBS, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of East African Community, the ASALs and Regional Development. 7, the Honorable Alfred Nganga Mutua, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs. 8, the Honorable Aisha Jumwa Karisa Katana, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Public Service, Gender and Affirmative Action. 9, the Honorable Moses K. Kuria, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Trade, Investment and Industry. 10, the Honorable Rosalinda Soipan Tuya, CBS, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Environment and Forestry. 11, the Honorable Onesimus Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Roads, Transport and Public Works. 12, Mr. Zakaria Mwangi Njeru, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development. 13, Ms. Susan Nahumiche Wafola, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Health. 14, the Honorable Franklin Mithika Linturi, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Agriculture, Livestock Development. 15, Mr. Eliud Okech Owalo, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Information, Communication and Digital Economy. 16, the Honorable Ezekiel Machogu Ombaki, CBS, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Education. 17, Mr. Davis Kimtai Chirchir, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Energy and Petroleum. 18, the Honorable Ababu Namwamba, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Youth Affairs, Sports and the Arts. 19, Mr. Simon Kiprono Chelugui, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Cooperatives and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, MSME, Development. 20, the Honorable Salim Mvuria, EGH, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Mining, the Blue Economy, and Maritime Affairs. 21, the Honorable Florence Chepngetich Kosgei Bore, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Labor and Social Protection. Approves the appointment of the Honorable Justin Beton Muturi Njoka, AGH, as the Attorney General. Approves the appointment of Ms. Mercy Kiiru Wanjau, CBS, as the Secretary to the Cabinet. And lastly, rejects the appointment of the Honorable Penina Malonza, OGW, as the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage. Yes, Honorable Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Moving on a procedural motion on limitation of debate that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 97-1, debate on the special motion under Order Number 10 be limited to a maximum of not more than 5 hours, with each member speaking for not more than 10 minutes, except the leader of the minority party, who will be limited to not more than 20 minutes. Honorable Speaker, on 12th October, this House passed a motion on the procedural in which the debate was to be limited for not more than 3 hours. So what I'm actually doing is to increase it to not more than 5 hours, because if you limit it to 3 hours, then members will not have adequate time. Then secondly, in the same motion, the leader of minority was given 15 minutes. In this one, I've given him, my motion seeks to give him 20 minutes because we need to have adequate debate on this matter. So thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move and ask Honorable Jepkonga to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second, and in particular because the Honorable Junet Mohammed has said good. So the motion itself must be good. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable members, I propose the question that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 97-1, debate on the special motion under Order Number 10 be limited to a maximum of not more than 5 hours, with each member speaking for not more than 10 minutes, except the leader of the minority party, who will be limited to not more than 20 minutes. Can I put the question? Is that the mood of the House? There being nobody interested in debating this motion, I now put the question that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 97-1, debate on the special motion under Order Number 10 be limited to a maximum of not more than 5 hours, with each member speaking for not more than 10 minutes, except the leader of the minority party, who will be limited to not more than 20 minutes. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Which means, honorable members, that we now can debate this motion in the direction I gave to tomorrow, and I'll give the first opportunity to the leader of the minority party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to make a few comments on this motion. Mr. Speaker, I want us to recognize as a House that this is one such moment when we are being called upon to exercise our mandate as provided for under the Constitution. This is one such process that only took effect upon the promulgation of the very progressive 2010 Constitution. It was never the case before that Parliament could be called upon to approve or even to debate appointments by the President. So we must applaud the 2010 Constitution. And let me, for the avoidance of doubt, just read Article 152.2, which is, of course, couched in similar words as Article 154.2 with respect to the Secretary to the Cabinet and Article 156.2 or Article 2 in respect to the Attorney General's appointment. Mr. Speaker, it must be clear to all and sundry that in exercising its mandate under this article of the Constitution, the House is being called upon to exercise objectivity and due diligence. The Speaker, Article 152, Subarticle 2, says that the President shall nominate and with the approval of the National Assembly, appoint cabinet secretaries. It means, therefore, Mr. Speaker, that without a doubt, that the appointment of cabinet secretaries by the President cannot be complete unless and until such approval or such appointment. Mr. This, for starters, that under the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the standards of ethics and morals that are expected of those who occupy public offices have been elevated so high that this House cannot simply gloss over them. This House cannot afford to gloss over those. Among other things, says this: that authority assigned to a state officer is a public trust to be exercised in a manner that, among other things, demonstrates respect for the people and brings honor to the nation and dignity to the office. And if you go ahead, a step ahead, and look at Article 75, Mr. Speaker, it goes on to say that a state officer shall behave. A state officer shall behave, whether in public and in official life, in private life, or in association with other persons, in a manner that avoids, among other things, demeaning the office the officer holds. Why am I emphasizing this, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, it is on record that in the previous administrations, if I begin with the administration of the Honorable Mwai Kibaki, the late President of the Republic of Kenya, sometime in the year 2010, the President has suspended 8 officials for 3 months after they were mentioned adversely in reports on the work of the subsidized maize scheme and Kenya's free primary education program. And I will go further to cite another case when in 2015, I think March, President Uhuru Kenyatta came before this very house, and I was privileged to be in this house at that time. He came before this house and read out a list, what was then referred to as the list of shame, of those individuals, public officers and state officers who were under active investigation by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. And subsequent to the reading of that list, these public and state officers were asked to step aside. It is important to point out that this was obviously in accordance with the requirements of the Constitution, and especially the stringent requirements of Chapter 6 of that Constitution. The Speaker, if you go to the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, you will find that once a public officer or state officer has been charged with corruption or economic crimes, he or she shall be suspended with effect from the date of the charge until the conclusion of the case. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, why am I saying this again? Mr. Speaker, it is important that when you seek to occupy a public office, and indeed a public office as high as that of a cabinet secretary, you must, like Caesar's wife, be beyond reproach. There are no two ways about it. There can be no two ways about it, Mr. Speaker. And that is the basis upon which you will come to appreciate the fact that a minority of the members of the Committee on Appointments did write a minority or dissenting opinion, especially on two nominees. That is the Honorable Mithika Linturi and the Honorable Aisha Jumwa. Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Appointments did a rigorous job and with utmost objectivity. And indeed, on cases where we agreed, there was no wasting of time. I have a cases in point. The case of the Honorable Professor Kindiki Kiture, the Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, and the Honorable Aden Duale, who for sure left us with no doubt whatsoever that they were capable of exercising the mandates under the lockets to which they had been nominated. And unanimously, we approved their nominations or appointments. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the matter of the Honorable Mithika Linturi, if you go to the report, you will, at page 18, paragraph 17, the commission, that is the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, EACC, further stated that it had received adverse reports against the following nominees. 1, Honorable Franklin Mithika Linturi. Allegations that he is in possession of a forged KCSE certificate and Bachelor of Commerce degree from Marathwada University in India, which he used to register for the Bachelor of Laws degree in the University of Nairobi. It is important to note that during the committee's proceedings, this question was put to the Honorable Linturi. And his answer was that his Bachelor of Laws degree from the University of Nairobi had no issue whatsoever. And yet, according to the EACC, this is a matter which is still under active investigations. He contended that the only issue he had was his master's degree program in law at the University of Nairobi, which had been stopped under suspicious circumstances. The Speaker, the Honorable Linturi went further to inform the committee that he was saddled with a plethora of cases, a litany of cases, numbering about 35, that had weighed him down so much that he wanted to forget about them and move on. Mr. Speaker, how will you move on? How do you move on when you have got active cases against you in court? When we approve you to be a cabinet secretary with all these cases, how would you move on? And yet Kenyans expect you to go and serve them from the office to which you have been appointed. That was our difficulty with the Honorable Mithika Linturi. And indeed, in addition to this other matter of the university accreditation, university certificates, he had the issue of the attempted rape case, which of course had been dropped, and the issue of forgery in terms of acquisition of certain loans, which were ongoing. The Speaker, all this put into context raised serious questions of integrity that in our view as minority, we felt could not allow the Honorable Linturi to effectively perform the functions of the office of a cabinet secretary if appointed, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of Honorable Aisha Jumwa, it is a matter of public notoriety that the Honorable Aisha Jumwa, up to this afternoon, is still facing an active case of murder. Up to this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and you will recall for sure, because we live in this country, that some few years ago, none other than the Cabinet Secretary responsible for National Treasury, Mr. Henry Rotich, was charged with certain offenses, I think other corruption or related offenses. And upon being charged, he was made to step aside. Henry Rotich has stayed out of office since then, up to now, until the end of the administration of Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta. So what logic then would you be applying? While on one end, a person as senior as CS in charge of Treasury is being asked to step down, while you are attempting to appoint somebody who is facing active murder charges in court to a public office. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Wandai knows when the Speaker said he has given Honorable Chepkonga to speak, he needs to sit down. Mr. Speaker, I stand pursuant to Standing Order number 83, as read together with Standing Order number 91, in which it says, Mr. Speaker, a member shall be responsible for the accuracy of any facts which the member alleges to be true and may be required to substantiate any such facts. Is it in order, Mr. Speaker, for the Honorable Wandai, who is the minority leader, to claim that the Honorable Aisha Jumwa does not fit or she is not fit to stand or to be appointed into office when he knows that they appointed the Honorable Aisha Jumwa as a commissioner within the Parliamentary Service Commission, and which she continues to be in that position up to right now as we speak, holding public office as a state officer, Mr. Speaker. I don't need to be informed, Mr. Speaker. I have been a commissioner with Commissioner Aisha Jumwa. The allegation did not arise yesterday, Mr. Speaker. This allegation has been in the public domain as claimed by the Honorable, the minority leader. It is been there's judicial notice that there's an allegation that she's been accused. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Wandai should be stopped from claiming that she is not fit when she is serving in the Parliamentary Service Commissioner as a commissioner, courtesy of ODM. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Wandai, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I think I would simply ignore. It is not worth spending time on. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I know I've been here long enough now, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, Honorable Chepkonga took some break.
If you have ignored, then don't refer.
Mr. Speaker, what am I saying? What I'm saying is that we must not apply double standards. You cannot, on one hand, demand of a public or state officer to step aside once they are charged in a court of law, while on the other hand, be proceeding to appoint people to state or public offices while they are facing criminal offenses in court. That can only happen in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. And I want to invite this House. I want to invite this House not to give approval to such an adventure. Yeah, we cannot allow this House to take the country backwards, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi. Mr. Speaker, at the commencement of the sittings of the Committee on Appointments, I did raise issues, of course, about the constitutional and legal status of the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, on which you ruled. And of course, we have to accept the ruling, Mr. Speaker. We The committee has gone ahead to approve, therefore, the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi's appointment, but with a rider. And the rider is contained in page 39, page 40, chapter 8, or part 8. If you go down there, the last sentence on that page, in its deliberations, after the approval hearing of the nominee, the committee observed that it may be necessary to establish a legislative framework to further elaborate on the roles and functions of the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. That is the committee in its wisdom, making a pronouncement of monumental effect, that this office, if left the way it is, could in essence turn the Honorable Mudavadi into an idle cabinet secretary. It could easily turn him into something I want to mention, into an errand boy, sort of. That this House, together with the executive, needs to move with speed and create a legislative framework for this office to function effectively as that of a cabinet secretary. Otherwise, you end up having the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, whom we really respect, sitting idly and trying to look for roles to perform, trying to get some roles from the Deputy President, some roles from the President, some roles from the CS for Interior. That is not going to be good for this country and for the person of the stature of the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi. So the committee has duly recommended that in a short while, that legislative framework needs to be established for this office to be anchored properly in law. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, this House is being called upon to rise to the occasion. To rise to the occasion and not to be seen as a mere rubber stamp. This House cannot be a mere rubber stamp. It could not have been the intention of the framers of the Constitution that this House would be a mere rubber stamp to pass through nominations that have been brought to it by the President. There's a reason as to why the framers of the Constitution established, especially Article 152, Sub-Article 2, that the President will not have a free pass, will not have an open check, that this House would act as a safeguard to address issues of suitability, issues of integrity, and all other issues surrounding each and every nominee to the high office of Cabinet Secretary. I will be calling upon this House that when the time comes for taking a vote, that as we approve the other nominees who the committee have approved, when it comes to the two nominees on whom we have drafted a dissenting opinion, that this House would agree with us and reject their nomination. That is the Honorable Mithika Linturi and the Honorable Aisha Jumwa. And on that account, Mr. Speaker, I would be pleading with you that when it comes to voting, apart from voting for these other people as a block, on those two nominees, we vote for them individually and separately. And separately, yes. I am being advised that we need to vote for everybody individually and separately. Mr. Speaker, that is important, so that this House pronounces itself properly. Kenya is a leading democracy in the region of East Africa and entire Central Africa area. We cannot allow to have persons against whom we have got issues, however slight they might be, to be paraded and to be encouraged, to be shepherded to the high offices of cabinet secretaries and the likes. This House must stand firm and be on the right side of history. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support with those reservations. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, what's your point of order?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise on standing order 97, Mr. Speaker, because looking at the time now, being around 5 p.m., if this debate proceeds up to 7, and the allocation of time is roughly 10 minutes per member, Mr. Speaker, today only 12 members will get an opportunity to contribute. Tomorrow we may be lucky to have an extra 2 hours. That is another 12 members, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I'm seeking your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, that we reduce the time per member to around 5 minutes per member so that we have as many members as possible contributing to this motion, Mr. Speaker, because as it is now, we'll actually have fewer members speaking than the cabinet secretaries that have been vetted by the Committee on Appointments. Mr. Speaker, I seek your indulgence.
We'll come back to that, Honorable Ndindi. Let's hear a few members within the allocated time. Honorable Osoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to address myself on the report that has been tabled in this House by the Committee on Appointment. Honorable Speaker, I have gone through the report keenly because I did not have a chance to watch the entire vetting process, but I've gone through the report keenly, and much as I support to the extent of the 21 nominees, I raise an exception on the rejection of one Penina Malonza. Honorable Speaker, when you read the report tabled before this House and the recommendations of the committee, you'll notice serious and very positive milestones made and achieved by Honorable Penina Malonza. One, the committee states in their report that Penina Malonza holds a master's degree, is a student of, currently is a student of master's in the University of Nairobi. She holds a bachelor's degree from the University of Nairobi. She has never been charged before a court of law. She meets the requirements of Chapter 6. She has no history of controversy. She's been cleared by Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission of Kenya, cleared by the Kenya Revenue Authority, cleared by the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, and in their very first paragraph, the first paragraph of this report, that in accordance with Article 78, 1, 2, and 2 of the Constitution, the nominee is eligible for appointment to state office since she is a Kenyan citizen born on 7th March 1974 in Kitui County and does not hold a dual citizenship. Oh, sorry, it's Madam Speaker now, so that I don't find myself also in the similar challenge that Penina had. So, Madam Speaker, what does that one imply? What that implies then is that there is another parameter that the committee used to come up with their rejection report. And in my presumption, the committee used the imaginary presentation, they used the very short event of vetting to define her suitability. The committee is telling us that by her mere presentation, which possibly took about 90 minutes, she does not fit, or she could not be able to answer adequate questions as asked by the committee. Now, Honorable Speaker, this is not the right parameter to use when rejecting a nominee. If the nominee has been cleared by all the relevant authorities, or the statutory bodies have cleared her, then you cannot use a singular event to define one's suitability or insuitability. The nominee has once served as a deputy governor of Kitui County for 5 years. 5 years being elected deputy county governor of Kitui County. This house has no report. It has no report about her integrity. This house has no report about, any petition that might have, been filed by, the voters of Kitui County when she served. There is no report about, integrity or money or ESCC, anything that involves any government parastatal. What parameter did the committee use to reject? Is it because she's a woman? Is it because she did not have people to defend her in that particular committee? Is it because she's a widow? Is it because she only has one child? Is it because she does not have enough money? Honorable Speaker, I call upon this House to overturn the recommendation by this committee and pass Honorable Penina Malonza. I mean, we all understand when some of our members here in this house, when before this microphone, they even refer to the chair when she's female like you, Madam Speaker, sir. Does that define their suitability, their insuitability, not to serve as members of parliament in their constituencies? I mean, it is normal for one to be a stage fright. It's a singular event. And we understand that the definition the committee might have used is possibly her way of expression. But not every person is an actor. Yeah. Not every person is able to speak before cameras. She knew that she was live before TV. Really, she knew that. And it is normal for any person to have anxiety. It is normal for any person to develop a bit of some stage fright. It is normal for any person at least to also get scared, especially when you have people like Honorable Junet looking at her straight in the eye and she gets scared. She's used to seeing Junet on TV, very tough on questions and stuff like that. It is very normal. We cannot use that singular event to deny the women of this country an opportunity to serve. Yes. His Excellency the President of the Republic, at one point during the campaign, committed to have at least a good sizable number of women serve in cabinet. This was a good display. This was a good show. Please do not deny women a chance to serve in this country. There is no parameter that has been used. By the way, this committee, the committee on appointment, while we support part of your recommendations, we want you to use the similar parameters you used on Honorable Aisha Jumwa, the similar parameters you used on Honorable Mithika Lunturi, be applied on Penina Malonza. And Honorable Speaker, it's very important for me to say this. We do not want to allow this House
Honorable members, order members, we will not catch the Speaker's eye by shouting. Please ensure your card is working and you put it on intervention if you have a point of order. Continue, Honorable Soro.
Honorable Speaker, it is very important for us not to allow ourselves, when we're in positions of authority, not to allow our local politics to play at the expense
members, Honorable Anthony Oluoch, what's your point of order?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order. The majority whip is taking this House for a ride. If you look at the composition, hey, I will raise my point of order. You will not intimidate me. Madam Speaker, if you look at the composition of the committee that vetted this, the majority of those who were in this committee were from the party who is now standing, asking the question. They don't know how the committee arrived at that position. Is it in order? The same majority side cannot probate and approbate. If they rejected Madam Malonza, they must own up, apologize to the women of this country, and then ask for an amendment. Yes. But the same side cannot have rejected Malonza, then come here and ask us, they don't know how the committee did it. They are the majority. Please accept, apologize to the women, apologize to Malonza, and then we will help you to pass Madam Malonza. You are not in order.
Order, members. You will not be, the members will not rule each other out of order. And I think that issue had already been canvassed by Honorable Mbadi. Honorable Osoro, go on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the issue of the composition of the committee as being prosecuted by Honorable Anthony Oluoch, it's very important for us to also remember, and it's unanswered, the speakers that have spoken before me are on record as saying that this was a unanimous decision, and we do not want to dwell on who voted how with the committee. We are generally discussing about the entire report by the committee. And it's important for me, Honorable Speaker, to say this. We understand that at times local politics play when such appointments or opportunities arise during the appointments. I call upon my colleague leaders that let's learn to put our country ahead of everything. My imagination is that even the local politics must have played in this whole thing to reject, that warranted the rejection of Penina Malonza. However, Honorable Speaker, it is wrong to only use one parameter to deny her. I think if we were to be fair, we ought to have allowed every, if the rejection ought to be on matters that are serious, that affect on, that touch on Chapter 6 of the Constitution, that touch on suitability, but not on issues of, presentation to the committee. Maybe she wasn't dressed very well. Maybe she was on her periods. You cannot start making her. Yes, exactly.
Your time is up. Your time is up. Your time is up. Order. Order, members. Order, members. Order, members. We will now hear the Honourable Member for Suna East, Honourable Junet Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this motion, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm a member of the appointment committee that vetted the nominees, Madam Speaker, and we had taken a lot of our time to make sure that, Madam Speaker, we look into this matter in a very, very, very into a very good perspective, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, why we were doing that is because this is the highest decision-making organ of the country, Madam Speaker, the Cabinet of the Republic of Kenya. Madam Speaker, if I may give my views on what was presented before the committee, Madam Speaker, and in accordance with the report that we have made as a committee, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Constitution is very clear. The Constitution says that this country, when appointments are made, we must look into issues of regional balance, we must look into ethnic balance, and we must look into issues that can bring cohesion in this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you look at this appointment of these ministers, Madam Speaker, we have a cabinet now consisting of 24 members, Madam Speaker. 24 members. And if you look at the composition of this cabinet, Madam Speaker, of these 24, the region where the president comes from, Madam Speaker, 4 ministers come from there. Including the president, there are 5 in the cabinet. The region where the deputy president comes from have 8 ministers, Madam Speaker. Including him, there are 9. If you put 9 plus 5, they are 14. And the total number is 24. All the other parts of the country has only 10 cabinet ministers, Madam Speaker, ambayo wametupiwa kama kuku na tupiwa mahindi, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is when will a Turkana be a minister in this country? When will Borana be a minister in this country, Madam Speaker? When will a Korea be a minister in this country, Madam Speaker? If every election, year in and a Pokot, year in, year out, we have the president's region having 5 ministers, the deputy president ministers having 9 ministers, out on 24 ministers, you have 14, the other part of the country are 10. Madam Speaker, if that is not unfair, what do you call unfairness, Madam Speaker? This must stop, Madam Speaker. This is unconstitutional, Madam Speaker. This is an affront to the constitution of this country, Madam Speaker. That is why the constitution speaks to the issue of regional balance, ethnic balance, and cohesion of this country, Madam Speaker. First, Madam Speaker, on that note, this appointment lacks the constitutional merit that it requires for it to govern this country, Madam Speaker. Secondly, Madam Speaker, we have vetted the members. Some of them are distinguished, outstanding members, Madam Speaker, and I agree with the committee that some of them merit to be cabinet ministers, and they have qualified and passed the standards that we were looking for as a committee. But a few of them, Madam Speaker, as we have noted in our minority report, are substandard, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when you are talking about the cabinet of the Republic of Kenya, and you want to have a cabinet minister seated there who has a live case in court, not a capital offense, Madam Speaker, of murder, Madam Speaker, how do you want this House to approve that, Madam Speaker, unless we have lost our head, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, it is very clear. It is very important for the image of this country, Madam Speaker, for that nominee to step aside, go and clear her cases in court. Once she has finished.
What is your point of order, Honorable GK of Ndia?
Who is GK?
Clerk, please give Honorable George Karaoke the microphone.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Junet, I am GK. Government, yes. And Honorable Speaker, my point of order is in regard to something he has said, that Atukana has never been a cabinet secretary in this country. We know very well we had Honorable Munez, who was a cabinet secretary. So you are misleading the House. Please, that's my point of order, Madam Speaker. Withdraw.
Honorable Junet.
I know. Madam Speaker, I agree with the Honorable GK, the government of Kenya, that he thinks this 21 or 24 we are passing now has a Turkana in the. There is no Turkana in this list that we are passing as a cabinet minister, Madam Speaker. The one you are talking about was in the previous cabinet, Mr. Honorable Member. Now we are discussing new nominees, new appointment, Madam Speaker, under the new government of Kenya, under the leadership of President William Ruto, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wanted to say that, Madam Speaker, the nominee for public service and gender, Madam Speaker, it is imperative, Madam Speaker, let us not trivialize the matter, because what the standards we are going to set in this parliament today, it is what is going to be used in the future, Madam Speaker. If we approve a nominee today who has a case in court, who has a live case in court, Madam Speaker, of murder case, a capital offense, Madam Speaker, tomorrow anybody can be brought to this House with any kind of cases, Madam Speaker, and passed, because you will have set the standard that one time the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya passed a nominee with a murder case, Madam Speaker. And I'm not judging anyone. We cannot say she is guilty of the offense or she is not guilty of the offense. That is the courts to decide, not us, Madam Speaker. We need to let the court do their work, let the court judge her, acquit her, or convict her, Madam Speaker. Then from there, we can make a decision as a House, Madam Speaker, whether that person is fit to hold the office of a Cabinet Secretary, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, look at the world democracy, Madam Speaker. Look at developed countries, Madam Speaker. Look at the democracies that we borrow from, Madam Speaker. Leave alone being charged in court, Madam Speaker. When even allegation is put against you, whether they are true or false, until you clear your name, until you are told to step aside. Madam Speaker, public officers who are in office, governors who have been charged in court were barred from their offices, Madam Speaker. Public officers who were taken to court were all told to leave office, Madam Speaker. What is the moral authority we have as a House to pass today in the floor of this House, Madam Speaker, a Cabinet Secretary who has a case in court, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, the other nominee that was rejected unanimously by the committee is Honorable Madam Malonza. Madam Speaker, I don't want to speak like the way my colleague spoke here, whether she's a female, whether no. We were not looking at gender. Madam Speaker, we were looking at the suitability and the competence of that individual to hold that high office of a Cabinet Secretary, Madam Speaker. And if, in the eyes of the committee felt that the person did not stand up to the requirement of that office, Madam Speaker.
What is out of order, Honorable Makali Mulu?
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I didn't want to disturb my colleague and friend, Honorable Junet, but I think when he says that they were not looking at gender, that is unconstitutional. The Constitution demands that they must consider gender as one of the key factors when looking at these things. Thank you very much.
Honorable
Madam Speaker, Dr. Makali is somebody I respect highly. But Madam Speaker, the reason of our failure was not because of our gender. That's what I meant. And if that gender is not suitable for that office, Mr. Speaker, there are many qualified Kamba women, Mr. Speaker, in this country who can hold that office. She's not the only Kamba in Kenya. So, Mr. Speaker, I was just saying she was not disqualified based on her gender. Let us not bring the gender card on the table now just because she's a female lady, a female nominee who has been rejected by the committee, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, what I want to say is that Parliament is being watched by Kenyans, Madam Speaker. Parliament is being tested. This country, this Parliament has a destiny with the people of Kenya, Madam Speaker, on the approval of these nominees. Kenyans want to know whether we are a conveyor belt. Kenyans want to know whether we are a rubber stamp, Madam Speaker, for the executive. We must stand up and tell the executive they are wrong when they are wrong. There are many Kenyans who are qualified that they can bring back to this House, Madam Speaker. There are over 30 million Kenyans who can do the job of a Cabinet Secretary, Madam Speaker. It's not only me and you and others who have been nominated, Madam Speaker. The reason why the Constitution, Madam Speaker, gave the approval of nominees of Cabinet Secretary to the House, Madam Speaker, there is a valid reason for that, Madam Speaker. Look at what happens in the United States, Madam Speaker. If we approve these members, just because we are part of the party that is forming government, Madam Speaker, we shall be doing injustice to Kenyans, Madam Speaker. You must rise up and stand up and defend the rights of Kenyans, Madam Speaker, whether it is favoring you or it's not favoring your party, Madam Speaker. So for that reason, Madam Speaker, I want to urge this House to agree with the minority that we reject those 3 nominees so that we can have other Kenyans nominated who are qualified, who can do the work for this country, Madam Speaker. When you are made a Cabinet Secretary, you're not going to serve your family. You're not going to serve your wife or your husband. You are going to serve the people of Kenya. And the people of Kenya gave their sovereignty to the members of Parliament so that they can do on their behalf the vetting of the nominees, Madam Speaker. Honorable members, stand your grounds. Don't be intimidated. Whether you're in Kenya Kwanza, whether you're in Azimio, do the right thing for the people of Kenya, Madam Speaker. And we must stand up and defend the Kenyan people, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. And have a good day. And let's make sure those 3...
Your time is up. The member for Naivasha, Jane Kihara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this chance. First and foremost is to congratulate the team, the select team that was interviewing these nominees. They did a good job. I wish to congratulate all of them. However, I support each and every nominee that went through their interview. One, because we all listened, we saw, and these are people, some of them we know them, regardless. In fact, I want to talk about this lady, Penina Malonza. I met her on Mashujaa Day, and I spoke to her, and I think she's eloquent. She knows what she's supposed to be doing. In fact, her tray is already full, especially for Naivasha, being in tourism, nominated for tourism, heritage and wildlife, and everything else. We have problems with buffaloes in Naivasha. I told her, you have to help us here. Naivasha has been degraded. In fact, members of parliament are not going to Naivasha as much as we have good hotels because we have been degraded. People go to Kisumu, to Nakuru, or Mombasa. You all know how we have good hotels. It's just that waking up on a bad day. It happens to all of us. Once in a while, you don't wake up on the right side. If she has all the credentials, she's schooled, she is well schooled, she has a degree. If she has served as a deputy governor, we know the requirement is having a degree. She has worked in very many offices. Like anybody else would say, maybe she did not answer the questions that they would have asked, but she's not going to start a ministry. She's going to find a ministry which is already running. So she's going to work with technical people who are going to help her run the ministry, and she'll learn the ropes and move ahead. I want to talk about Aisha. Aisha is a strong leader who we have seen in this country. Let's not use political malice to discredit Aisha. Aisha is a strong leader. She has worked in the Parliamentary Service Commission. She's been a commissioner. The fact that she divorced ODM, she should not be condemned because it's ODM who told us he's a leader and nominated her to the commission. Honorable Mudavadi, Honorable Wadai, for heaven's sake, telling us that Honorable Mudavadi is going to be an errand person, an errand boy. We know he has worked in this country. In fact, he has been a vice president of this country. He has been a minister for finance. He cannot be an errand person. So he is able to do the work and supervise the ministers. Madam Speaker, it's upon this House to pass these nominees. You have CDF committees members. You are not going to get a person who is not going to help you perform your role. So the president nominated the people he thinks are going to help him deliver this country, remove it from the economic...
Honorable Junet, what is out of order?
Madam Speaker, this is a House of Record, Madam Speaker. You see, Madam Speaker, this report was done by a parliamentary committee called Appointments Committee, Madam Speaker, chaired by the Speaker, Honorable Moses Pasika Wetangula. Madam Speaker, is it in order for the Honorable Member to say that we are victimizing Aisha because she was a member of ODM? Now who's victimizing Malonza? Is it Kenya Kwanza because she was removed by the whole committee who are members of Kenya Kwanza and Azimio? Does it mean that Malonza was also victimized by Kenya Kwanza? Madam Speaker, those parochial way of debating can divide us, Madam Speaker, and we are ready for it.
Honorable Jean Kiara, continue.
I think I'll continue because, in fact, this lady may have feared Junet because of the way she asked questions. Maybe that's why. Because from her papers, from her credentials, she has served in many offices, she has worked in many offices, she has been a deputy governor, she has gone to school. So I think she just feared those remarks that usually are made by Honorable Junet. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we don't need to be mean. We don't need to be mean just because the nominees have come from the president, who maybe you did not support. I think we need this. We need to have a government running. We are waiting. Malonza, I'll run to her for our Naivasha being degraded. I'll go to her office because of the buffaloes we have. I know I'll go to Linturi because we need seeds for our farmers. So this is something that we should do away with, get the government running, and we all start running to those offices because we need to serve the Kenyans who elected us. With those very, very many remarks, I don't need to say much. I only need to say we need to pass this report and reject the dissenting one. We pass every nominee so that they sit in the office. And especially Madam Malonza. Thank you.
Member for Endebess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to the report by the Committee on Appointments. On the onset, Madam Speaker, what I want to say is that I support this report with amendments. The amendment is on rejection of Penina Malonza, where I'll be bringing an amendment to delete that rejection and approve the appointment of Madam Penina Malonza. And I'll ask the House that when the question will be put on Madam Penina Malonza, we'll put a nay so that it allows us to be able to approve this appointment. Reading at the observations of the committee, Madam Speaker, the reasons why I think that the committee erred on this report is that when you read the report, this nominee is the former deputy governor for Kitui County, having served since 2013 until 2017. Former partner training and support director for Compassion International, Kenya, office during the period 2013 to 2012 to 2013, and also served as a program supervisor of Compassion International during the period 2010 to 2012. Senior program facilitator during the period 2009 to 2010, and program facilitator during the period 2006 to 2009 for Compassion International. The nominee also served as a project director for Changamwe Baptist Church between 2002 to 2006. She holds a master's in project management, in project planning and management, which she got in 2008. She has a higher diploma in psychological counseling management, which she got in 2007, and a Bachelor of Arts in anthropology from the University of Nairobi in 1998. Madam Speaker, when you look at this CV and you look at the recommendation of the committee, where the committee in number 7 observation says that the nominee did not demonstrate knowledge of topical, administrative, and technical issues touching on the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife, and Heritage. Consequently, the nominee lacks requisite abilities and experience to serve as the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism, Wildlife, and Heritage. It actually contradicts, that observation contradicts what the committee has written up there about the nominee. And therefore, to me, this nominee had a lapse maybe during that time when she appeared before this committee. We've seen, even in the last administration, CAS in tourism was a former Inspector General of Police, Poinet, and she appeared in Parliament here before to collect views on members, where they come from, where we have wildlife. Endebess constituency, we have Mount Elgon National Park, and we contributed views to the committee of Poinet. Poinet, having been an Inspector General, he was not an expert in tourism, but listening to him appearing before our committee, he had grasp of the ideas. Also, having been an examiner in the past, we've seen students coming before examiners. And when they appear before the examiners, at times they get blackout because of the fear of the unknown. And as a good examiner, you can tell this student, have a seat, give him even a cup of tea or a glass of water, allow the student to rest. Then after that, you examine, and you'll find that this student is able to pass. So for me, I think she was not given adequate time. The committee, I watched that interview on 19th at 2:30 p.m. And I think the committee continued bumping questions to her. To me, as a doctor, the committee should have even given her time to rest and give her time to assess. Somebody who has an anthropology degree, somebody who has a master's degree, somebody who has been a senior position of management, surely you end up with an observation that she does not demonstrate knowledge of topical, administrative, and technical. Even you, if even of you had to appear before me for questioning on medical issues, all of you would not have knowledge of topical, administrative, and technical issues. So for me, I think this lady deserves to be given a second time. On the dissenting report by the minority party, on Honorable Aisha Jumwa, I was just reading 411, and it says the family has actually withdrawn the case of murder against Honorable Aisha Jumwa this afternoon. And I think the DPP is in the process of having that case to be withdrawn. So the allegations that we are making here against Honorable Aisha Jumwa, I think they are overtaken by offense. And having been also a member in this house, she was cleared by all the agencies to contest, even as a governor for Kilifi County. If she was given to be a position to contest for Kilifi County, if she had succeeded, because she almost succeeded as a governor for Kilifi, if she had succeeded as a governor, she would be serving as a governor for Kilifi County. So I don't see it in merit, the argument that she is not fit to be a cabinet secretary. Similarly to Honorable Mithika Linduri. Mithika Linduri was contesting as a governor for Meru. If Mithika Linduri had succeeded as a governor for Meru to be chosen by the people of Meru, he would be a governor now. So we must give them let the due process of law take its effect. When you refer to the case of the former administration, in which a list was read in this house on March 2015, many of those cabinet secretaries were victims of circumstance, because up to today, none of them has been taken to a court of law and proved to be guilty of any offense that they were read in this house. I think at times we should not use the law to demonize. We should not use our positions to cark other people or to destroy other people's careers. This house should not be used to destroy anybody's career, and more so, Penina Malonza. I urge this house that when I bring the amendment on Penina Malonza, we support. And you know why we cannot bring it now is that in Article 56.2, you cannot negate, in the opinion of the Speaker, a motion that is been put. So we need to be able to reject that amendment, that motion by the committee, and be able to bring an approval for Penina Malonza. With those few remarks, I support with amendment.
Member for Kathiani, Honorable Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I think when I listen to a lot of members making contribution on this motion, maybe what we need to ask ourselves is why is it the Kenyan National Assembly, as per the Constitution 2010, has been given an opportunity to vet all nominees by the President of the Republic of Kenya? I mean, listening to some of the arguments, Madam Speaker, it would probably, there are people who have the opinion that the President should probably just appoint and people go to office. Or people send CVs and they are looked at in an office and people are sent to office. The vetting process is supposed to give this house where we serve an opportunity to be able to go through the credentials and the abilities of these members so that we can make an opinion. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that we cannot say we are wrong or we are right. We are expressing an opinion, which is what the Constitution envisages. And this house must also reach that point where we can stamp our authority. Because we have been in this house, this is the third time. But it is unfortunate that this house, many times we are actually used as a conveyor belt. The Speaker reads the names, they go to the appointments committee, they are all passed, and then members, you know, it's like we are choir singing for the executive. Madam Speaker, I think when we talk about this vetting process, I want to thank the Constitution and, of course, the leadership of the House, because this was a very transparent process. I am listening to members speak here, and I'm wondering whether they watched the proceedings. Madam Speaker, Kenyans were also vetting as we were vetting those nominees. And Kenyans saw the competencies. Kenyans had the answers. Kenyans also appreciated the questions that were asked. In fact, Madam Speaker, I dare say that a lot of the questions that we were asking came from memoranda from the public that is in this report that members need to read, and also SMSs and phone calls that were made to us. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that it is wrong for anyone to cast aspersions on this committee, because we are just 21 members that were given the mandate on behalf of the House to be able to listen to these nominees and come up with a verdict. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about what was considered, because it's important that members understand this. The Section 6, Part 7 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011 says that an approval hearing shall focus on a candidate's academic credentials, professional training, experience, personal integrity, and background. Madam Speaker, Section 7 indicates that the committee shall consider any constitutional or statutory requirements relating to the office and the suitability of the nominee for the appointment, having regard to the nominee's abilities, experience, and qualities. So, Madam Speaker, when we look at these cabinet nominees that came to us, those were the things that we were considering. And I want to go through the observations that I personally made, because as a member of the committee, other than the agreeing to the committee's report, I also have my personal observations. First, Madam Speaker, I noted that this cabinet is made up of extremely...
Honorable Kagombe, what is out of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is the honorable member in order to insinuate that the chance to vet these members of the cabinet is issued by the executive or the president, while it is very clear in Article 154 that the secretary to the cabinet shall be vetted by the parliament after being nominated by the president. So by insinuating that this is a chance given to us by the executive or by the president, he's out of order. Please declare him out of order.
Madam Speaker, I think there are some comments that are just meant to take away time for people who are making contributions. So I'll ignore that, Madam Speaker, and continue to say that I observed that this cabinet is made up of extremely wealthy individuals. Madam Speaker, during the campaigns, I heard Kenya Kwanza, which is now in power, mention that they will come up with a cabinet and a government that will be with mamambogas, with boda-bodas, and all sorts of leadership from that level, including the small peasant farmers. Madam Speaker, the average wealth of the nominees was 1-point-something billion. And Madam Speaker, I want to say that in future, there's something I want to propose, that we must ensure that the wealth declaration forms that are given by these nominees.
Bumbui, do you want to be informed by the majority leader?
I don't want information, Madam Speaker. I want to finish my contribution. So, Madam Speaker, I wanted to propose that in future, the wealth declaration, because we received their personal, comment on their wealth. I think it's important that we get actual proof. If people say they have land in Runda, we see the title deeds. They say they have vehicles, V8s, we see the V8s. They have Range Rovers worth 25 million, we see a logbook. Because, Madam Speaker, there is a danger in when people are being vetted and they are asked their wealth, there's a possibility someone can exaggerate their wealth knowing that they might have 5 years of looting so that they can reach their threshold that they want. So, Madam Speaker, it's important, and I propose, going forward, we try and insist that the nominees give actual proof of the wealth declaration that they make. But, Madam Speaker, I'm also happy that we have democratic rights, even in committees. And we have the right for the majority to have their way, while also the minority have their say. And that is the reason why we have a minority report attached to this report. Many of the nominees, Madam Speaker, had very glaring issues. And I can say that even in my questioning some of them, I would have even recommended that almost 20 of them should not be appointed. But because of the give and take and the discussions, and when I was sometimes put to task, I was unable to really clearly indicate why. That is why we ended up singling out only 3. Madam Speaker, as I talk about those 3, I want to start first with the appointment of the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, whom we have agreed that we are going to, we are proposing for appointment. But, Madam Speaker, the position of Prime Cabinet Secretary was one position that we had a lot of questions about. And of course, as a committee, we have kind of agreed at the end that we will establish, legislative framework so that we can elaborate the roles. Madam Speaker, the real reason why we want to do that is to ensure that there is no conflict in the service of this cabinet. Because one of the reasons why there is conflict in many times when people are given roles that are not clear or that seem to be, similar to other individuals' roles, then what you end up having is a problem where people do not know where their work starts and where it ends. We saw this happen in the Grand Coalition government, Madam Speaker, because the Vice President then and the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think it's completely out of order for the Honorable Mbui, and I think I also had the Honorable Junet, or the Leader of Minority, insinuate that there is a clash between the responsibilities and functions of the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary and that of the Deputy President. Well, the Honorable Mbui is well aware that His Excellency the President, in his Executive Order number 1, designated clear functions and roles of the office of the Cabinet Secretary, Prime Cabinet Secretary, and those of the office of the Deputy President. Indeed, unlike in the handshake government that the Honorable Mbui was very excited to be affiliated to, because he was not even part of the handshake. He was just affiliated and hanging around there with his party leader, Honorable Speaker. There were no clear definitions of what even the Deputy President would do. That is how the Deputy President in the former regime ended up being a candidate of the opposition party. And your candidate in Azimio ended up being Uhuru Kenyatta as a project. Honorable Mbui is completely out of order to be misleading the country. What you are doing is misleading the country, Honorable Speaker, that there is no clear distinction on the functions. And through that executive order, that distinction was cleared, and Honorable Mbui, you should not mislead the country.
Madam Speaker, you must give me an extra 10 minutes, which he has just wasted here, giving a lot of hot air, Madam Speaker, because I really don't think that what he was standing on is a point of order. He was trying to inform me, and I think, let me say I stand guided, because that will make him hold his horses. Madam Speaker, on the 3 nominees that we rejected, 1, Aisha Jumwa. The certificate of good conduct from the DCI, Madam Speaker, came out indicating that all the nominees were clean except her. And they clearly indicated, the certificate of good conduct indicated that she has 2 cases. One was a murder case that is yet to be determined. The other one was conspiracy to commit corruption, which is also undetermined. Madam Speaker, surely, when do we start as a nation, as a country, as a continent, to take political responsibility and step aside when we are named for and charged with major offenses? So, Madam Speaker, I think on that particular one, we are not condemning her because she's not been charged yet. She's not been convicted. But it only makes sense that she steps aside until these cases are heard and determined. Because what would happen if she's appointed today and tomorrow she's convicted of murder? What would happen, Madam Speaker? So I think on that one, it is just taking political responsibility. On the matter of Franklin Mithika Linturi, Madam Speaker, every Kenyan had. He himself, in fact, the Speaker tried to help him. And we tried to help him and told him, do not answer questions you've not been asked. He's the one who volunteered information to the Kenyan public. He has 35 cases, he has divorce cases, he can't go to his house, he has a problem with everyone. So, Madam Speaker, the problem was not us. We only dealt with the information that came to us. And we felt that this person didn't have the integrity that it took to be able to hold that office. So that Kenyans can get service from people that are clean, and we stop having these issues where Kenyans are constantly...
Your time is up. Your time is up, Honorable Mbui. We will now hear Honorable Onesmus Ngogoyo, Kajiado North.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the motion on the floor. And like a member had mentioned, I will support the motion with an amendment. Madam Speaker, looking at the Public Parliamentary Approval Act, the committee went ahead to conduct the vetting of the proposed CS nominees, and they were able to do so in a record time, and I think we need to congratulate the committee for a job well done. But Madam Speaker, you realize that the Public Parliamentary Approval Act does not carry a marking scheme. It intends to look at the suitability of a member, and Madam Speaker, an hour and a half would not determine the suitability of a member, but going through what the committee has looked at its observation, you could read a lot from majority of the people who have been recommended by their past exposures, their CVs, and even what the committee has gone ahead to say that this was what they were able to come up or to see during the vetting. Madam Speaker, I wish to first of all say that for the members that have been approved, I agree with the committee. But I wish to disagree on the issue of rejecting Penina Malonza as a CS. One, because the nominee, according to the report of the committee, has honors and awards that she has received. One, she has received from the Compassion International as the best team performer, and she was given an award. She was also awarded by His Excellency the President then in 2015 with the Order of the Grand Warrior. And Madam Speaker, it is not possible for her to have been a deputy governor and such awards and still be the person to be rejected and assume that there is nothing in her that she can offer. Madam Speaker, I have served in different entities, Madam Speaker, and I have seen people who are approved by different assemblies. And one of the things that you'll realize is that the people exposure of an individual helps them perform in any one office. And one of the things that you can tell by this individual is that she has people skills. In everywhere she has worked, at least they have defined her as a people's person. She has been one of the best team leaders and awarded internationally by what they call GLLUP, or whatever it is, but it's the Compassion International. And Madam Speaker, you realize also when the committee did its report, they said everything that she feel, her questionnaire, everything, and even how she answered the question, apart from a few issues that they raised, they said she was okay. Madam Speaker, there is no graduate who does not have a skills in management. And tourism could be one of the offices she's been recommended to, but remember, it's about management in every office. You have experts under you, people who you foresee, you manage, and they give you reports. I therefore, Madam Speaker, would wish to say that this House should consider approving this motion with an amendment so that Penina Malonza becomes a CS. It is only fair that we give her a chance to prove herself once in office. In any case, if she does not perform, members will also have an opportunity to take on her, because this cabinet, different from many others, will be appearing before this House. On other candidates, Madam Speaker, I wish to single out the issue of one Aisha Jumwa. A number of members have mentioned about Aisha Jumwa, And Madam Speaker, I don't know why everyone has, the few people who are opposing have an issue with politicians, because Aisha Juma was a politician, Mithika Linturi was a politician, and even Penina Malonza. It is not possible for you to single out all politicians. We are also politicians. Assuming we were once nominated to these positions, you would wish to be supported by your colleagues, because it is not possible to say that only professionals have the ability to take on people in offices. Therefore, Madam Speaker, with those very few remarks, I wish to support with amendments and say that Penina Malonza, God willing, will become a CS because we will approve her with amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member for Mwingi West, Charles Ngusia, CNN.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity given to me, Madam Speaker. Let me take this opportunity before even commenting on the report on the committee to congratulate His Excellency, Dr. Samoei Ruto, for seeing it wise actually to give the Kamba community 3 CSs. Madam Speaker, the previous administrations have really sidelined us, but this time round, I am happy for the appointment, so congratulations on that. And we have to give credit where it is due. Madam Speaker, I've gone through the report very quickly, and I took some time actually to watch some of the nominees, and let me begin by saying that we can't disagree on what the majority have agreed, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the issue of my sister, let me declare the interest. Penina Malonza comes from my county, and when she was deputy governor, she really performed. Compassion International right now, it is doing so much in our county, and she was awarded as the best performer in that NGO, and she has exhibited many good characteristics of leadership. When you take work experience, tick. When you look at academic credentials, tick. When you look at leadership skills, when she was deputy governor, tick. On what basis are we discrediting my sister? I am begging this house, the members of this house, to pass Madam Penina Malonza's appointment so that she can begin. And we are tired of waiting for this. The vetting has taken too long. Kenyans need to start working. And we can't work if the executive arm is not fully constituted. So, Madam Speaker, I don't have much to say. I am defending the appointment of Penina Malonza as the CS of Tourism. I know she is going to perform because she has performed before, and no doubt this will be the best CS in our country. With those few remarks, I support.
The member for Mandera East, Hussein Weitan. We'll have the nominated member, Dorothy Kiara.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support this motion. And before I do that, allow me to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. To support the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency, President William Samoei Ruto, for appointing these very able men and women to serve in his cabinet, to carry the agenda of his government to the next level. Allow me to thank the committee, the appointment committee, which sat for many, many hours and took their time to vet the nominees and gave their recommendation. Madam Speaker, I want to say the men and women who sat in that committee are astute lawmakers, and I'm sure they did put in cognizance every aspect of what they were supposed to look for to come up with these names. Madam Speaker, I want to say these are people who have served in this country in various capacities, and there is no reason for whatsoever reason for anyone to insinuate that some of them are not fit to serve in the cabinet. Examples have been given that nominee Aisha Juma was vetted and allowed to vie for the governorship, and she did not make it. And I'm sure she was allowed to run for that position because she qualified too. Nominee Medeka Rentore, Franklin Medeka Rentore, is a person who has served this country in various capacities and has proven beyond doubt that he is capable of serving at whatever capacity. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I want to passionately implore upon the registrators in this House, let us not have divided mind when it comes to passing these nominees as they are. Madam Speaker, turning to Penina Malonza, who was vetted for the position and the recommendation given that she has not performed very well. Madam Speaker, it's good to know that there are people who suffer from a condition called sociophobia, and normally when they go before people, especially a panel, they normally don't perform so well, and that does not mean that they are not capable. Madam Speaker, I want to join the rest of the members who are supporting this motion and saying I support with an amendment that Penina be part of the nominees who we are passing in this House. I want to implore upon every member, please let us not have dissenting voices when it comes to passing the nominees who His Excellency the President, in his own wisdom, founded faith to nominate them. I submit.
We will now have the member for Molo, Kuria Kimani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And it's very good to see you, Madam Speaker, on the chair today. It's a great celebration for the great people of Nakuru County. Madam Speaker, I would like to start by weighing in on the issue of a person nominated to a position of Cabinet Secretary or to any other government position where they have an ongoing court case. Madam Speaker, on the record of this House, on the July of 2018, we held a debate on the nomination of one Ben Chumo, who was nominated by His Excellency the former President to be the chairperson for the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Madam Speaker, this House rejected the candidate Ben Chumo on the basis that he had an ongoing corruption court case, an active ongoing corruption case. A few years later, Madam Speaker, and to be specific, last month, the director of the DPP withdrew the case against Ben Chumo. As a result, Ben Chumo was condemned for 4 years without a job. His reputation was tainted. He lost a chance to be the chairperson of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, even when he was not guilty of the offenses that he was accused of. In the report, Madam Speaker, the DCI was accused of not responding to 4 letters sent to them between October of last year and May this year. As a result, Madam Speaker, for a mistake not his own, for some just malicious damage, we lost 4 years of this career civil servant, Madam Speaker. Are we going to do the same to the nominees that have been nominated to the various positions just because there is an ongoing court case, even before a court ruling has been ruled saying that they are guilty, Madam Speaker? If we do that, then the easiest way to ensure that no person is approved at this house will just to start a fictitious court case against that particular candidate. And therefore, as long as someone has leveled allegations against you and taken you to court, then you'll be cast to hold any government position in this country. And for that, this house cannot do that. Madam Speaker, we welcome for the first time the nomination to the cabinet of one Zachary Njeru from Nakuru County. We note, as the leaders of Nakuru, that this is the very first time we have a fully fledged minister from Nakuru City and County. Our friends from Azimio were purporting that this man is not qualified. But you have seen a person who have risen from being a nominated councillor. Even before he became councillor, we have seen somebody born in Bodeni, one of the slums in Nakuru town, who went to a district day school, Nakuru Secondary School, went all the way to university, became a councillor, became even a sub-county administrator. And this is a person that understands the real issues of housing in this country, especially because of where he is born. The perception you have of the housing sector being an issue of the rich will be brought to rest by this nominee for housing and public works, Madam Speaker. Because this is someone who understands what it means to be brought up in the slum. This is a person who understands when the president says that we are going to have, like that project was launching today in Kibera, of people paying only 2,500 shillings a month as mortgage and them ending up owning that house, Madam Speaker. I listened to our people here, especially condemn the one Penina Malonza, the Honorable Penina Malonza, and saying that she's not qualified for this position just because, in their view, she did not perform in a particular way at the interview. But on the contrary, Madam Speaker, we have had people speaking very fluent English, speaking big vocabularies. But when those matters were brought to account or were brought to test, it was just opaqueness and hot air. So, Madam Speaker, therefore, we cannot simply condemn Penina Malomba because she did not perform particularly well at that particular interview. Because we have, even this house has approved before candidates who spoke very well and who sounded very convincingly, only for us to realize they were just lazy and very incompetent in the positions that they were offered, Madam Speaker. I very much love the skill set of this cabinet, Madam Speaker, especially the involvement of politicians as cabinet secretaries. And I would like this matter to rest and for once and for all. There is a general attitude in this country that once you become a politician, you become stupid. That once you become a politician, you do not think. That once you become a politician, you become incompetent. Madam Speaker, we still have very competent lawyers. I am still a practicing certified public accountant, even when I am a member of parliament. So the fact that these people have served this country as politicians should not make us think that they are incompetent or they left their professions. We saw the Honorable Kindiki, Professor Kindiki, argue these cases in court, whether it was at the ICC or the recent Supreme Court case for the presidential petition, and we forgot that he was a politician. We saw in him a brilliant lawyer. What happens when these people are nominated to the executive? Madam Speaker, the candidate of Aisha Jumwa and Mithika Linturi that our Azimio brothers and sisters are saying are not qualified, they vied to be governors in this country. What would have happened had they won the seats of governors? Are we saying that we do not need competent people as governors who are the fathers of our devolution, who really spearhead even more functions that the national government does? And therefore, Madam Speaker, I beg my honorable colleagues in opposition, do not just oppose for the sake of opposing. Look where there is reason, and where there is reason, let us oppose reason and forget our political differences. Madam Speaker, I watched the story of Aisha Jumwa, and I really want us to appreciate this. For the very first time, I had a politician admit that she got a D- in her KCSE. Otherwise, every Mheshimiwa is an A student and every Mheshimiwa is a graduate out here. But we had somebody admit for sure that was her grade and be proud of it. And many Kenyans, when they saw her being interviewed alongside the professors, they felt proud that this is a government that gives opportunities to different people based on their capabilities. Madam Speaker, she helps us understand the complications, to account to what happened to so many years ago when it was not a fault of her own, Madam Speaker. I would really urge this House to unanimously, first of all, reject that dissenting view of those members, because they're just trying to play politics even when there is no smallest window of playing politics. And because, Madam Speaker, the President has indicated and given a commitment that he is not going to shield cabinet secretaries from the oversight of Parliament, to the point of suggesting the amendment of a standing orders to allow our cabinet secretaries to come here and stay in account. If you really want to play your oversight and opposition role, wait for these people to be sworn in, wait for them to start working and question in this floor of this House what they will be able to do for this country, Madam Speaker. And with that, I am very happy with the skill set of these people, and I pray and beseech my honorable colleagues to pass all these nominees so that this government can start to work and so that you can start holding the Kenya Kwanza government accountable for the campaign promises we made for these people of the great Republic of Kenya. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Ugenya. Member for Ugenya, Honorable David Ochieng.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand here to support the motion, like other members, with the impending amendment by the Honorable Pukose. Madam Speaker, things happen in this country that people take for granted. There's some time back, a president would just appoint a cabinet, his ministers, and no one would question how they are appointed. But Madam Speaker, in the last week, Kenyans were riveted on their TVs to see for themselves who the president had nominated to become a secretary, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the committee. I personally was very glad to watch my colleagues asking these nominees very probing questions, questions that made Kenyans understand and know the kind of persons they were, questions that made Kenyans understand and know whether they were fit for the office, and above all, questions that made Kenyans understand whether the cabinet is going to understand, the cabinet that we're going to have is fit to serve. Madam Speaker, I'm personally very happy with this cabinet for one reason, that in my 2 terms in Parliament, with cabinet secretaries that were not former members of Parliament, Madam Speaker, we serve as MPs. You would go to a ministry, ask a minister for some support on a road or on a water issue, or on a police matter, but the ministers, because they're not being politicians, had no clue, sometimes very dumb, about people even sleeping hungry. I remember the time I went to a minister to ask for seed for planting, and he asked me, why do you need seed in your constituency? Why can't they buy it themselves? Madam Speaker, we've had ministers who don't understand that Kenyans in this country, some of them cannot afford basic items like food, can't afford basic items like shelter, Madam Speaker. But I'm happy because in this cabinet, more than half of them, Madam Speaker, have served with us in this Parliament. They have been MPs or senators, Madam Speaker, and they come from constituencies. They have served people through election, Madam Speaker. I'm certain that they will understand the needs and requirements of our people, Madam Speaker. And that's why, for colleagues who've been in this House that we're going to pass today or tomorrow, Madam Speaker, we want to ask them not to forget where they have come from. Because the reason they've been chosen, in my opinion, Madam Speaker, is that they're able to understand the pulse of the nation, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I had a single issue that I wanted to ask my colleague Wandai and Junet. When they were asking the Honorable nominee for trade, I thought I would hear questions about Kikomi in Kisumu. I thought that I would hear questions about the fish industry in Kisumu being revived, Madam Speaker. And I'm hoping that the nominee for blue economy, nominee for fisheries, the Honorable Mvurya, when passed, is going to spend his time in trying to ensure that the fish you produce in the lake,
their processing, Madam Speaker, is done at the lakeside so that people from that part of the country get jobs because of the lake, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm hoping that when we pass the nominee for trade and investment, the Honorable Kuria, that we will have our Kikomi being rejuvenated, that we will have cotton industry in Nyanza being rejuvenated. Madam Speaker, these are the things that I am hoping, and I'm hoping that the nominees are listening, that my friend, the Honorable Kipchumba, will ensure that the road network in this country is distributed, like he said during the vetting process, that they will be distributed fairly per constituency. And Madam Speaker, this House must hold the nominees to their words. Madam Speaker, the issue of net worth that is being spoken about on the streets there, Madam Speaker, it is for this House to ensure that those who said they are worth 4 billion or 1 billion or 800 million, Madam Speaker, we hold them to their word, that we will, as a Parliament, check at what they have at the end of their term, Madam Speaker. That is why they were asking the questions. The questions being asked about it was not about, today or tomorrow. It's about, we'll be checking in the next 3-4 years what these nominees are worth, whether they are doing the jobs for Kenyans or they have gone there for math for themselves, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as with any system that's presidential, Madam Speaker, it is important to note that before the President nominated these nominees, Madam Speaker, he considered their competences. He considered their abilities. I'm sure that he even had a conversation with them on the dockets they have been placed at. And that's why I have an issue, especially with the rejection of Madam Malonza. But Madam Speaker, if you look at, I've read the report, I've read the engagement between the committee and the nominee, Madam Speaker. And there's nowhere, first of all, where the committee puts a marking scheme, that this is what our marking scheme is about the competence of a nominee. Madam Speaker, I've gone through the report, and the report about Malonza is the same as the report about the other nominees, that the nominee answered questions well, the nominees seem to understand this. I don't find their recommendation, Madam Speaker, speaking to how they engage with the nominee. There's nowhere in that report, Madam Speaker, where the committee says in the report that the nominee could not answer this question or that. There's nowhere where in the report it says that the nominee answered this question wrongly. There's nowhere, Madam Speaker. And so the observation, in my opinion, does not emanate from the report. In fact, I dare say that the recommendation by the nominee on Madam Malonza is basically baying for blood, Madam Speaker. This is not the time for bloodletting. This is not the time. This is not the time to look for blood, Madam Speaker. This is the time to bring together. This is the time to unite. This is the time to ensure that our country moves forward, Madam Speaker, and we cannot move forward, Madam Speaker, if you're going to fight, look for wars where there are no wars, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in this country, I must say this, that in this country, in 2013, our current president and the former president were ICC indictees. They ran, we elected them. Madam Speaker, in this House, we have more than 30 MPs with cases in court. They are members of Parliament. That's the truth, Madam Speaker. And so you cannot tell me that because Mithika Linturi has a case in court or Madam Aisha Juma has a case in court, then that is, Madam Speaker, I also dare say with a heavy heart that one of us has been convicted, but he ran or selected, Madam Speaker, because the Court of Appeal allowed him, because we have put in the law, Madam Speaker, that you are guilty till you are innocent till proven guilty, Madam Speaker. And even after being proven guilty, Madam Speaker, we have said in the Constitution that you must have exhausted all the avenues for appeal. The Honorable Aisha Jumwa, the Honorable Mithika Linturi have not even been tried by any court of law, Madam Speaker. You cannot verify the veracity of the charges, Madam Speaker, and so you cannot hold them on different levels of integrity, Madam Speaker, like we hold others, Madam Speaker. And so any recommendation based on either guilt or perceived guilt, Madam Speaker, of Madam Aisha Jumwa or Linturi Mithika Honorable, Madam Speaker, for me are misguided. Madam Speaker, as I end, I want to request this House that in my now 10, 11 years in Parliament, what I've seen distinguishing a Cabinet Secretary is how they understand the members' needs, how they understand the country's needs, not what papers they have, Madam Speaker. In the past, if you look at the first cabinet, Madam Speaker, the first cabinet of this country in 1963, Madam Speaker, few of them had degrees. Few of them had even worked anywhere, Madam Speaker, but they did so well. And so it would be remiss for this assembly to keep harping on papers, This has papers, this has no papers, Madam Speaker, without the ability, Madam Speaker. We know that some people have served this country so well because of the passion they had for the job. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Michuki, may the Lord rest his soul in peace, did so well as a minister for transport, and I don't think he learned anything. He was an engineer or anything, but he did so well in that ministry, Madam Speaker, that the whole country was saying, bring him back. And so what we as Assembly must do is to ensure that after we pass these nominees, we put them to task. Madam Speaker, I'm so happy that we have a president who is so sober, so ready to work, that these ministers, I'm sure in the next 1 or 2 years, they will be gasping for air. Let's put them to task. Let them work for the country, Madam Speaker. The country is waiting with bated breath, Madam Speaker. We cannot wait any longer. Let's pass these guys. Let them get to work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Kitui Central, Dr. Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I really want to thank you most sincerely for this opportunity. I want to start by really appreciating the Appointment Committee, Honorable Speaker, for the work they have done. It's not easy. This is the third time I'm witnessing appointment of CSEs in this country as a member of Parliament, and I know it's not an easy job. So the committee did a lot of work. I took time to watch the interviews, Honorable Speaker, and I must say that I agree with the majority leader when he says that even as they were vetting, Kenyans were also sending messages. Others were calling, trying to suggest what kind of questions should be asked, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the questions were in a way, structured in a way that you get academic qualifications, it should do with net worth, it should do with whether you have a case in court, whether you are a citizen or not. And Honorable Speaker, to me, one of the most interesting questions was the net worth of individuals who are appearing before the committee. Honorable Speaker, I've looked through this section of the net worth, and what we have picked, Honorable Speaker, is that actually majority of the Kenyans out there are very rich compared to politicians. And it looks like it's only politicians who are not rich. I don't know whether it's because we share our resources with the rest of Kenyans, or it's because we are not aggressive enough to make wealth. Honorable Speaker, I want to single out one of the individuals who appeared before the committee, and from my assessment, this Kenyan must be very good, Honorable Speaker. That this proves that in Kenya, we still have people of high integrity. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the net worth of Governor Mufuria of Kwale, who has been a governor for 2 terms, he is only worthy 120 million. I'm sure not many Kenyans will believe, looking at the kind of life governors are living through and the kind of wealth governors have amassed within the short times they have been governors. So I really want to encourage Kenyans to continue working for the public so that at the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, we provide high levels of integrity as leaders, and at the same time, Honorable Speaker, we make sure that we improve the lives of the Kenyans. Looking at the approvals, Honorable Speaker, you know, Honorable Speaker, I've taken time to read through this report, and there is some consistency in terms of main text of the body of the report and the conclusions. But when I look at my sister, Honorable Penina Malonza, Honorable Speaker, you realize that the main body of the report is inconsistent with the conclusion. Why am I saying that? They are saying very well she is very qualified in terms of academic, she has no criminal case, her net worth is within the range of the rest of them, and all those good things. But then in conclusion, they say that they don't approve her because she didn't have the technical and the administrative capacity, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to remind Kenyans and my colleagues that as a CS, most of the work of our CS is policy direction and strategic direction. And the third one, which is critical, is the political direction also, Honorable Speaker. So when you look at that level, really, I don't think as a CS, you need to be an expert in engineering for you to be the CS transport. And Honorable Speaker, to be very frank with this process, and if we are honest with the process, Honorable Speaker, let's look at it this way, Honorable Speaker. When you look at this report, there are nominees who have been alleged to have criminal cases. Penina Malonza has not been alleged to have any criminal case in this country. There are nominees who have corruption-related allegations, Honorable Speaker. Penina Malonza has no allegation to do with corruption. There are nominees who have allegations to do with murder, Honorable Speaker. Penina Malonza has no allegation to do with murder in this country. There are nominees, Honorable Speaker, who, looking at their papers, there are doubts whether their papers are genuine. Penina Malonza's papers are assessed to be genuine, Honorable Speaker. But despite all this, the people with corruption-related cases, even though there are allegations, the people with criminal-related cases, even though there are allegations, the people whose papers are seen to be not genuine have been approved by this same committee, Honorable Speaker, and then Penina Malonza, who seems to have no issue at all, Honorable Speaker, is being said to be not qualified to be a CS in this country. Honorable Speaker, I must say, these are double standards. And as a parliament, we cannot allow double standards to be played when we are here, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I've had one of the committee members say that as a parliament, we must be doing seem to be doing our work by saying no to some nominees. I want to say this, Honorable Speaker. It is unfortunate, and I don't think we can do that as a parliament, that we can only be seen to be working when one nominee by the name Penina Malonza is not approved and the other nominees are all approved. Fairness demands that, Honorable Speaker, is either we approve all of them, or if not so, then, Honorable Speaker, we also disapprove all of them. Because all of them have even worse cases, allegations, when you compare them with Penina Malonza. Penina Malonza happens to come from my county, Honorable Speaker. And this is a lady I know for many years. She was our first deputy governor of Kitui County. And is somebody we have interacted with. Honorable Speaker, the only omission, the only mistake, this nominee is being not approved by the committee is because she could not make a presentation. Honorable Speaker, I'm imagining one day, because we are talking about inclusion, I was questioning myself, if it happens that we get a nominee who will not be able to talk, or a nominee who cannot hear, facing some disability, the City Minister's House will not be able to approve that nominee because she can't present herself or he can't present himself. So, Honorable Speaker, for me, I think really we can't accept these double standards. And that's why I was somehow also not very happy the way the motion was being moved, because it's like my friend, Majority Leader Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, was moving the motion, but at the same time trying to move it in an amended form, which he was not telling the House that I'm moving in an amended form. So, Honorable Speaker, I would want to recommend this way. As we approach to the date of 14, which is tomorrow, Honorable Speaker, I think we need to have this motion amended to read as follows: that this House do approve all the names as presented by the committee, including Honorable Penina Malonza. That is my prayer, Honorable Speaker. And if we do that, we will have done justice to this country, so that at the end of the day, we don't seem to disadvantage any of the nominees because of reasons which, from my assessment, don't seem to be strong enough to really reject a nominee. So, Honorable Speaker, as I end, I want to say this, Honorable Speaker, that I want to plead with my colleagues who are in the House and those who will be in the House tomorrow, that when the time comes for voting, let's rise to the occasion, honorable members, and make sure that we approve this nominee who happens to be Honorable Penina Malonza, and who has all the technical qualification in terms of academic qualification, who seems to have worked in many organizations. And to make things worse even, Honorable Speaker, you will read the report. Honorable Penina Malonza has been awarded in this country an award called OGW. Honorable Speaker, I don't know how many members here have that award, OGW, awarded by the President of the country. If we were asked to raise our hands, there would be very few. So I'm asking myself, whoever decided to award this lady, honorable lady, that award, Was that person blind? That person could not see that this lady has what it takes to work for this country and serve the public to the best of our knowledge and ability. Honorable members, I once more plead with you that come tomorrow, we are going to approve this lady so that she joins the rest of the nominees and we have a cabinet which can start working for Kenyans. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I submit. Thank you very much.
Member for Laikipia, Honorable Jane Kagiri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this special motion. Madam Speaker, allow me to start by congratulating the appointment committee for a great job that they did and a noble job to the country and to this honorable house. Madam Speaker, I'll also congratulate all the 24 nominees because it's not a small feat that they were nominated in the midst of more than 57 million Kenyans. Madam Speaker, I support the report from the committee, but with an exception on the rejection of the approval of Honorable Penina Malonza. Madam Speaker, I look at Honorable Penina Malonza as an honorable lady who has grown through the process for her to get where she is today. Madam Speaker, let's remember, Honorable Penina Malonza is the first Cabinet Secretary nominee from Kitui South constituency. Madam Speaker, I have listened to those who have spoken before me as they narrated on her presentation and her articulation of the questions that she was asked. Madam Speaker, being a first from that constituency, we need to give her the credit that she has already achieved that feat. She had no predecessor to teach her or guide her on how to go through the process. Madam Speaker, I also continue to read a lot about Madam Penina Malonza, and I learned that she has been a deputy governor for 5 years, which of course was also achieved through hard work. Madam Speaker, it's also good to mention that having lost the position of deputy governor in the year 2017, Honorable Penina Malonza again vied for the position of woman representative in Kitui County. This, Madam Speaker, can only confirm that this is a determined soul we are talking about and a lady who is going to work for this country. Madam Speaker, away from politics, I looked at Penina Malonza's career progression. This is a lady who has grown from being a facilitator to a supervisor to a senior supervisor and eventually a director. Madam Speaker, thereon she goes to become a deputy governor, and when we look at her career progression, this is a lady who is destined for greatness. From deputy governor, I pray and I believe she'll now go into being a cabinet secretary. Madam Speaker, we look at a lady who holds a bachelor's degree and a master's degree, but she has gone ahead and applied to continue studying another master's degree. Madam Speaker, that talks of a willing learner and a lady who is even going to learn in her new position as the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism, Wildlife and Heritage. Madam Speaker, once in a while we are asked who your classmates were. It is good to confirm that Honorable Penina Malonza received her Order of Grand Warrior Award on the same day that I received mine. So I know she has done an honorable job to this country and she rightfully deserved the award. Madam Speaker, I also read of many acts of charity that Honorable Penina Malonza has done to her community. She has served orphans, she has served women, and Madam Speaker, anybody who lends to the poor lends to God. So let us believe that the prayers from these people are also what have gotten her to where she is today. Madam Speaker, I read on to hear that some of the issues Madam Penina Malonza had was that she could not articulate her answers in the questions she was asked. Madam Speaker, the biggest challenge we have in my community is in regards to human-wildlife conflict and compensation to those who have been affected by those issues. Madam Speaker, when Honorable Penina Malonza was asked that question, her answer was that she should engage the concerned committee to increase budget allocations for her to serve Kenya. That is the right answer that was expected, because whenever we have asked these questions, it is an answer of budget allocations. For me, that was the perfect answer that she should have given. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I wish this Honorable House takes its time to quickly approve the nominees so that this country gets on moving. The people out there are waiting for us to deliver on our promises, and I believe by us urgently approving the 24 nominees, the country can move on and we can be able to serve Kenyans as we promised them as we were campaigning. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity, and I believe it's an upward projection for Madam Penina Malonza. She now goes on to become a Cabinet Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I realize we have a lot of interest for this motion. The time is, of course, very limited. If you are able to limit in our speaking, then more people would get the chance to speak. I'll give this chance to Honorable Dido Raso for SACCO.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And let me congratulate you for having appointed to the Speaker's panel. I was on the appointment committee, and I want to really be short in my presentation. First of all, the committee was well guided by the Speaker of the National Assembly. And I think he used his wisdom throughout our deliberation and throughout the vetting process for us to reach, as a committee, without any division, a conclusion that we were largely satisfied, although we were not happy 100%. Madam Speaker, the committee was guided by two documents: the Parliamentary Appointment Approval Act and also the Constitution. Those were the two cardinal documents that the committee was able to use and stick to it. So the outcome, as it were, we are hearing about Honorable Malonza, Linturi, also about Asha Juma. I will shortly talk about those three, but I want to confirm to this House that the large majority of almost 20 were able to satisfy the vetting committee. Like the soap opera, the whole vetting was conducted in the glare of public opinion. So whatever the committee was going to come out with, I think to an extent, even many of you who are following the vetting were able to discern that at this point the committee made the right judgment. Madam Speaker, the issue is about suitability and competence. Yes, there is the bit of education, there is the bit of gender, there is the bit of applicability to that job in terms of educational qualification. But the bottom line, the red tick in the box, is does this particular candidate satisfy for the job he or she had been assigned? I must thank the politicians and congratulate them, because 67% of those candidates who appeared before the committee were politicians, and they gave a sound account of themselves, relevant to the appointment, and also showing that they are able to understand the concerns to the people that they have represented for long. Some are senators, others are members of this august house. So for that reason, what we want from them, like the leader of majority said, and I want to agree with him, in the last government, there was a lot of hubris from cabinet secretaries, a lot of chest thumping from the cabinet secretaries. And if they know the powers of this house, I think they must humble themselves to the occasion, and they must humble themselves to the committees of this august house. I must add that we must also congratulate the president. It is my third term in this house, which comes from the great people of SACCO. For the first time, this particular cabinet secretaries were almost handpicked and almost the right people to serve the people of Kenya. We have seen the cabinet in the 11th parliament and also in the 12th parliament. The difference is we were asking ourselves, who do we pass among these? But in this particular situation, we are faced with a very narrow margin of only 3. I want to talk about Asha Juma. She comes from the minority, marginalized, a lady whose background many of us will sympathize. Although many of us walked to school without shoes, we slept without eating food, but I think Asha Juma's climb to the top is a study in itself, that we must understand that how does somebody who got married when she was an underage, she dropped out of school, but she rose at some point, she was the head of Kilifi County Council as the chair. She became the women rep. She became a single constituency member of parliament. And then she ran for the governor. And she got 70,000 votes. Those are not few votes. Then we come to Mithika Linturi. Mithika Linturi also, he comes from a rural constituency. Although he appeared to have struggled as a hustler to make whatever he did, I think also his background is also meager. He came from a background where he needed a lot of support, where as a young boy he was a herder. So these particular cases that come before the committee makes the committee to deeply reflect on the individual cases. What some of us have said, and I want to say again, Parliament cannot be the judge and the jury. The committee is to give observation and recommendation to the House. The House can accept it, or the House can reject it. The House can modify the report, can amend it. That is the powers of this plenary, rather than the powers that is given to the committee. Finally, on Musalia Mudavadi, I think the President under the Act has the powers to construct his cabinet in the way he feels that I can run Kenya without any problem or in a way suitable to advance development and also the gains this country has achieved since independence. And for that reason, the order number 1 that had come out a few weeks back indicated clearly what is the role of the chief cabinet minister, so that there is no altercation with the job description of the deputy president. So for that reason, I think there is nothing that this House can see as conflict in terms of application of the DP and the chief cabinet secretary. Finally, it is my wish that the House can take time, study the report, and modify what we have given you as a committee, which had no division at all, but we carried it in magnanimity and without any division. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Samburu West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. And since I have not spoken when you're on that chair, congratulations. And I just want to speak to a number of things since I sat on the Appointments Committee. Madam Speaker, I would like just to say a few things and to probably correct some of the aspersions that have been cast upon the committee. Under the chairmanship of Honorable Speaker, which he did a fantastic job to actually chair that committee, you wouldn't have known who is in the majority, who is in the minority. I believe because we were also even being vetted by Kenyans on how we conducted ourselves, we asked pertinent questions that touch on Kenyans, and we were from diverse counties and constituencies, and so the questions that we asked also reflected the various needs of Kenyans from across the country, Madam Speaker. It is then unfortunate for members to come and say that we were just playing politics, we were biased, or that even as minority, we are settling scores in this House. Madam Speaker, and I thank members of this House for approving us to go and sit in that vetting committee. When we present ourselves to run for office, we are vetted by the public. They know who we are, they know what we stand for, they decide whether you want them to represent them or not. And so the vetting takes place at the ballot. But when we are then presented as a committee to do our vetting, we give our opinion that this is what we think, having sat through long hours. We used to sit from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. and you listen to each candidate. We look at the requirements, both the statutory requirements of whether you have the documentation and the things that are needed, and also whether you fit the office. And that is why we ask the questions. Otherwise, we would just then ask you whether you have the EACC document, you have the good conduct, you actually degrees not even needed to be approved to be a cabinet secretary. But then we went ahead to ask the questions and to really question your suitability, Madam Speaker. And so I just want to ask the members as they debate that once we presented and we tabled this report, that was our opinion. You will have yours, and you will even have a bigger one because you will actually vote. And so it will be brought, it has been tabled, you will read it, you have read it. You can have a contrary opinion without casting any aspersions to the committee members. And also to my colleagues in the majority side. When now we had a unanimous decision. And now wanting to say it was from the minority side alone, that is also unfortunate because you can't table something and then also want to run away from it or to make us look like we're the bad ones and even make the women more bad because it's a woman on it. These are just our opinions, and you can have your opinion. And I think the majority whip, by thinking you're helping Honorable Malonza by bringing issues of her periods on this floor, you are actually making it worse because we didn't judge her on that. And I just want to tell you this. Those are not the things we were looking at. And you cannot also bring the issues when it becomes on issues to do with women to trivialize it, to become about our moods, our emotions, our periods. That day I didn't wake up on the right side of the bed, that's why I didn't answer the questions right. Actually, you are even making it worse. That maybe what we said in the committee, you're actually propagating it. And so when you discuss issues women, don't trivialize it. Don't go to that level. And that is just something that I wanted to say. Madam Speaker, thereof, I would like to present to this House that just apart from talking about the three nominees, you will have your opportunity to debate and even to cast your vote on what the committee thought about. But I just want to say quickly that one of the observations I also noted in the composition of the nominees is that there was no youth, there was no one who's under 35, And I believe that there are Kenyans, young people in this country, who can actually sit in the cabinet. We also have people living with disability who are, which is actually in our constitution, that when we constitute, different boards, positions, cabinet, I do hope that His Excellency the President will then consider people living with disability with the subsequent nominations in PSs and other positions in boards, and even the young people of this country. And since he didn't meet his promise when he signed the charter of 50-50 in gender, I hope then he can do it also in the subsequent nominations. But so that as I finalize, there are various issues, because it was not just about who has been approved, and it's also wrong to say that we just rejected as the minority some because they were politicians. We also approved some politicians. So, you can say what suits you, whether you're supporting or opposing. We also approved politicians as a committee. I want to say this, that there are a number of issues that are on this report and that we extensively asked questions about, and you could tell that there are things that Kenyans, because we were also receiving questions from Kenyans, and you can see the things that Kenyans are consistently concerned about. And one of them is the cost of living, and so that once the nominees are passed, and especially those in this House, and sworn in, especially those that their docket touches on the economy, those that their dockets touch on food security in this country. We are facing a severe drought like no other. Probably, I'm told, that resembles one of the 80s. We are facing drought in this country, cost of living, the issues of youth in this country. We also have issues of corruption. Kenyans are really watching these nominees. Why we were asking what you're worth. We will be checking also as this parliament to see in the next 5 years what you have been able to get and how you've gotten it. And also issues of following the rule of law, not only when it suits you, but as something, and also the respect of the Constitution. And so as I conclude, for the nominees that will be passed in this House, the other reason why we were vetting you is that we will hold you to account to the things that you said to us, because you didn't just say it to that committee. We were sitting there on behalf of also all these members. So you were actually speaking to this parliament, you were also speaking to Kenyans, and you were speaking also to the international community, because this was really followed. Because when you're a CS, as one of my colleagues has said, you're not the PS. Yes, we agree, you're not the technocrat, but at least you should have a general knowledge and policy of that docket. At least shape, what are you telling us? What is your policy on this matter? And so, to the nominees who will be passed in this House, we will be holding you to account. We will be asking you to account to what you promised Kenyans during that vetting. Don't take it that it was just like a process. It's a process that we were just doing in this House. We have taken note of the promises that you've promised us that you will do. If you're approved by this House and you're sworn in, we will go back and ask you questions as a House, and even as we sit in our committees, to see to it that you live to it, and just so that you may never forget, it is an honor to serve this country in that position. Out of more than 50 million Kenyans, this House, if it approves you, just know that you shoulder a huge responsibility to serve this country diligently, and even to serve the president and the Kenya Kwanza, because they're the ones who have nominated, to make sure that they live to their expectations and to the promises that you made to Kenyans. If you said the Hustlers Fund is going to be without interest, please make sure it won't have interest. If you said you will bring the cost of unga down by 100 days, don't tell us you will now do it after a year. Thank you very much.
County Member for Marsabit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to add my voice to this very important debate on the approval of the nominees. As I start, I want to congratulate the committee for sitting the long hours and for vetting all the nominees and for giving us a good recommendation whereby we can all debate on. I also want to congratulate the nominees because I know they are representing the entire country. I know that they are all capable of doing that. And for Kenya Kwanza to nominate people who are responsible enough, who are qualified, and who we believe will be able to deliver. Madam Speaker, sometimes when we nominate people to different positions, the expectation is that they will serve the entire nation. Some of the areas we come from, like Marsabit, have not been privileged this time to get a CS. But I hope the nominees who are there, who will serve in different ministries, will serve all the areas equally and will be able to give their best to the country. I just want to say to the nominees that they are there on our behalf, on behalf of Kenya Kwanza, and on behalf of the Parliament, and on behalf of the entire country. So our expectations are quite high, and as we all know, Kenya Kwanza as a government, we promised a lot to our people, and people's expectations is quite high. When we put again into consideration the situation that the country is in, whereby economically we are not doing well, the drought is affecting about 23 counties. People's wealth in terms of pastoralists, you know, the wealth that we have, our animals are dying, and we are even losing lives. A lot of attention needs to be given to that area. While even in this other part of the country, Kenyans have suffered economically. And so we need a big effort in order to transform the situation that we are in. And I believe that the ministers will be able, the cabinet secretaries will be able to be agents of transformation, whereby they'll be able to touch every life.
Order, members. The member for Marsabit, you'll have a balance of 7 minutes tomorrow morning when the motion resumes. Order, members. Honorable members, and the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 26th October 2022 at 9:30 a.m.